Oh, I think we're live. What's up, everyone? It's Nick Ack here on South China Morning Post, SCMP Martial Arts. We are here for One Championship 160 live fight companion with SCMP. Good to see so many comments already in this chat. A lot of people here. Hello to all of you. Tom Taylor will be joining me eventually. The action is going to get underway at about 8:30, I think. As long as it's going to do what it says on the start time. It was originally 8:30. I wondered if they lost one of the fights from this card because there was a weight miss or a hydration miss. I can't remember which for one of the guys in this opening fight. I'm just going to bring up the card here on my other laptop here. Yeah, so Kantharaj Agasa from India missed the mark for his flyweight MMA fight with Thales Nakussu. And then when they sent around their email to me with the final weight and hydrations, he wasn't, that fight wasn't on the list. So I don't know what happened, if the fight has been struck off the card. I guess we're going to see in about half an hour. But if so, then there's only 6 fights on this whole card. It'd be like those pandemic cards back in the day, which I actually quite liked, nice micro cards. Never too long, was it? 2.5 hours or so. But either way, I think the 2 most important fights have held up, thank God. Rae-yoon and Christian Lee for the lightweight MMA title, a rematch there, and Tang and Tang Kai for featherweight MMA title. Really, really, really looking forward to both of those fights. Can't wait to see them. Let me know in the chat what you think is going to happen in both of those fights. We've got a lot of people watching right now, so I'll try and do my best to get to comments and everything. Good to see Ong here again. What's up, Ong? Saying final predictions for the 2 main events. No sitting on the fence. I might wait till Tom Taylor gets here for those predictions, Ong. I'll give my quick predictions now, and then maybe I can expand on it later. But I'm thinking I'm going to go with Christian Lee and Tan Le. I'll explain later if anyone cares. Yeah, but there's a lot to... the reason I jumped on half an hour before the start of the show is because we didn't have a preview. Things have been a little bit hectic here. We had a typhoon in Hong Kong. Tom's had a little bit of stuff he's had to deal with. And I had to do as well. So it's been hectic. And yeah, we didn't get on. So I thought maybe we can deal with some of the craziness which happened before the shows this weekend. And craziness is the right word. Very, very apt word, because let's talk about it. Yeah, weigh-ins were for Prime Video card were this morning in Asia, and yeah, WTF happened to Rodtang, says Ong. So Rodtang is not on the card anymore. He didn't provide a hydration sample, is what was reported by MMA Fighting. So I don't know if he just knew he's not going to make it or what's going on. He just straight up said, I'm not doing it. So now Panpayek is going to fill in against Savas Michael. And he was going to be in an alternate bout with Sherzod Kabutov. That's no longer on the cards. So, yeah, Panpayek versus Savas is your new semi-final. You're going to have to wait a little bit longer for Rodtang and Superlek. Hopefully that happens one day, because it's too good not to happen. But big shake-up to the Prime Video card there. There were a few other fights that were hanging in the balance. You had, I see Tom there, Blur, actually. Am I bringing you in yet, Tom, or do you need me to?
All good, man. I can bring myself in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shit. Go for it.
I just didn't want to jump in the middle of a thought there. You seemed like you were riffing pretty good.
Yeah.
I haven't got the fights on yet, so I'm just going to take a second to locate those.
It starts at 8:30, I think.
Okay, that explains it. All right.
Yeah. I just wanted to jump on because I wanted to talk about all the madness that happened in the last couple of days, especially this morning. We were just saying Rodtang. Yeah, I don't know if you've caught up with all the news, but Rodtang is out, Tom, of the Flyweight Grand Prix semi-final. Panpayek stepping in against Savas. Panpayek missed weight or hydration, one of them. And Adriano Moraes missed weight. And then Lin Hashin and Itsuki Hirata both missed weight. And Sebastian Kadistan missed weight badly by about 3.5 pounds. As far as I know, I was told Adriano has made weight and Panpayek has made weight. But from the sounds of it, Lin Hashin, Itsuki Hirata are going to have to come back in the morning and pass. and I don't think Kadasam's making weight. If he does, it's going to look very, very suspicious. So,
Right.
Lapicus, do you think he'd take a catch weight on that one? It is welterweight, so he's already gone up a division. But
that's it, right? You know, he's already kind of making some physical concessions here, moving up a weight class. Like he's already sort of accepted that he's going to be the smaller guy against a lot of these welterweights. So a catch weight's a risky move for him. But also, you know, I'm guessing he probably wants to fight. You know, you don't generally want to go to Singapore for a fight and then not fight. Buchecha can tell you all about that. So I think probably if he's there, he'll be down to take a catch weight, hopefully, because that's a fun little fight, that one.
Yeah, very fun. Glad that main event's held up though, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if it had fallen apart, DJ and Adriano, the first Prime Video card, it would have been a disaster. I could sense some relief among the people I spoke to in the company, yes, that the important fights, you know, really held together the marquee fights.
That's it, right? You know, and that's a concern I had from the moment the lineup for this card was announced. And this is not a knock on Nongo and Liam Harrison, who are amazing, you know, incredible fighters who deliver every time, but they're not big names, you know, to Western fans, which is who this card is built for, right? And just looking at that lineup, you imagine what would happen if the main event fell through, and you have to sell this card to first time one championship viewers with Nongo and Liam Harrison. It would have been a bit of a trick, I think. So I'm sure, yeah, there was definitely a lot of relief in the company when that matchup was spared.
Yeah, and I think tonight's card has mostly held up. It's been kind of cherry picked a little bit. They've moved a few fights over to fill in. I mean, obviously Jonathan Haggerty's fight fell through from the Prime Video card, so they moved another alternate bout, I think.
Yeah. So who's Walter fighting now?
Walter's still fighting Super Leg.
Okay. All right. Good.
Yeah, Haggerty was gonna fight Amir Nasiri.
Amir Nasiri, yeah.
So they moved Panpayak and Sherzad Kabutov over to Prime 1, and then to cover Haggerty, and now they've scrapped that fight, and Panpayak's just fighting what's his face, Savas. So a lot of changes in the Grand Prix, which, you know, we never like to see. I think we talked about it at length about how we really hope the Grand Prix would hold up. One championship seems to be cursed. Whenever they try and hold a Grand Prix, there's just a bunch.
It's true, of really. I mean, only one or two of them have ever really worked out, I would say, the way that we hoped. You know, the women's atomweight Grand Prix, I think, was pretty good. The final we got in that was pretty solid. But you're right. You know, a lot of these seem to fall apart. But but
even with that, we still had Julie Mezababa.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. Right. Yeah. Because was it Hamshahi and pulled out injured, and
I can't even remember.
Yeah, man. She had a broken hand.
Yeah.
Even that one.
But, well, you and I were sort of lamenting the fact that one has done, you know, two separate cards for this rather than one mega event. But I think maybe that was part of the thinking here, is that let's have a card the night before, and if the prime card starts to fall apart a little bit, we have a whole other card that we can draw from, people that are ready to fight. You know, it's frustrating for these fighters, I'm sure, to have their fights bumped back 12 hours. But if it comes to that, you know, it's not the end of the world to, you know. So I sort of think this first card is almost a bit of an insurance plan for the Prime Video card. If something terrible were to happen, they could have moved Christian over. You know, if they lost the DJ fight, they could move Christian and Rae-yoon over or something. So yeah, I think it's definitely, they're lucky to have two events, right? You know, because, you know, it would be pretty brutal if one card started to fall apart like this.
Yeah, pretty smart practice then, I guess, in hindsight. I hadn't actually thought about it that way, but
it just occurred to me now, actually, as I was thinking about it. You know, talking about all these fights that have been plucked from the first one and moved to the second, and so on and so forth. I think surely that was part of the thinking. And I'd be interested to see some of the contracts that are given to fighters for these sorts of situations. Like, is there a stipulation in the contracts, I wonder, where it says, you know, we want you on the first card, but we're leaving some wiggle room. You may be asked to fight on the second card instead, you know, because I'm sure, you know, some fighters wouldn't be up for that. So one would have to protect themselves a little bit, but
we'll see. Oh, shit. Yeah, well, there's a lot of people here, strangely. I guess it's because this card is on pay-per-view, if I'm not mistaken. So a few people are accidentally coming to watch us. But it's nice to have everyone. If you haven't already, please like this video, subscribe to the channel, all that good stuff. You can see all our other channels, or whatever you want to call it, Instagram, all there. Go follow us. really putting in some good work on Instagram as well right now, and all the fighters love us, Tom, don't they? They always
That's true. In fact, I'd like to give us some credit for growing that Instagram page, but I don't think it would have been doable if the fighters hadn't been so cooperative, because they're sharing everything. It's great. It's like everything we tag them in gets a story share, and that just that changes everything, because then we're delivering our content to their audiences as well, which is cool.
Yeah, and you get all your exclusive news from SCMP. It goes right on that Instagram channel. If you're not one who likes to read, you just go there. Or you can go to scmp.com/martial arts and read all the news there. There'll be plenty of stuff on the website tonight. We're going to have a rolling news article with all the results from the fights. And if you can watch this stream, you can read that. Then we're going to have all the reaction after the fights and the fight reports from the two main events, co-main event. And all the reaction, then tomorrow we'll be back again. But I'm not even thinking about that right now. We're going to focus on this one. Good old AH saying, Mariah's missed weight. The casuals are going to love that. Yes. I'm sick of everyone calling him a featherweight, even though he made 125 consistently before hydration testing. Adriano is gigantic, Tom. Isn't he? He much bigger than DJ, but he's never had trouble making weight before. I think it was the first time I've seen him in one miss weight, but it was by a pretty small margin.
Quarter of a pound, I think, right? Yeah. Which, as far as weight misses go, when I see weight misses like that, we're talking about a quarter of a pound. How much is that really going to change anything? It's I don't think it will. But then you think about it on the other side, right? Adriano has always been huge for this weight class. DJ has always been a little bit small for this weight class. So the gulf between them physically is sort of just widening when Adriano misses weight. So that's a bit it's a bit of a bummer, but
got some breaking news here.
Oh wow. I hope it's good breaking news.
I don't know, it depends. We may have to get this out somewhere on the internet as well, but okay, just got the full hydration and weight test results through for the Prime Video card. Itsuki Hirata failed weight and hydration. She will forfeit 50% of her fight purse. Sebastian Kadestam failed weight and hydration and will forfeit 30% of his fight purse. So it looks like Lin Hashin made weight and hydration. Wow, Itsuki came in at 119.25 pounds.
That's a bit over the limit, I'd say.
Yeah, a little bit. And Sebastian was 188.5, also a bit over the limit. But Adriano, fine, 134.5, and no problems with Pampayak, 135 on the dot. So
good.
Yeah, they're still going to do those fights. So good on Lin and Yuri for agreeing.
Right. It's too bad about Itsuki because based on what I was seeing from the One Championship Japan Twitter and Instagram accounts and whatnot, I think they were giving her like a really big push for this card, and I mean it's obvious why. She's got a lot of potential. She's a great fighter. She's got the look. She's got the personality. I think they were really hoping that by making her a part of this weekend, they could really give her a good push. But this is obviously a bit of a bit of a point against her. That's a bad weight miss for sure.
It is. I'm going to tweet that. I've been doing a thread all day trying to keep people up to date with it. So I'm going to hand it over to you briefly, Tom.
Sure.
To maybe read some comments or whatever you want to do. The floor is yours.
Let's do it. Well, here's one I can answer. SCMP is Hong Kong based. Yeah, somebody asked if we are based in South China. SCMP is based in Hong Kong, if you didn't know. Here, let's get some questions going. If you got questions, lay it on me in the comments. Who fights at 8:30? That's a good question. Let's find out who the first fight is. First fight of the night is Thales Nakussu and Kantharaj Agasa. I probably butchered those names. It's a bantamweight fight. Fairly inexperienced guys in one. But, they're always very careful about the fights they put first, I think. Like any MMA promotion, you want to start the show off with a bang. So hopefully that's a good one. Ong, good to see you back. The former champ. You got to be more specific. I can't make predictions for every single fight just off the cuff like that. Let me know which fights you want predictions for, and I'll make it happen. All right, guys, keep the questions coming. Oh man, there's so many of you here. This is awesome. I also like Muay Thai. Apologies, guys. This is more action than I've seen in the comments on this podcast maybe ever. So I'm just scrolling through like hundreds of comments here, trying to find the gems, the good questions. So if you got something good to ask, let me know. All right, Ong, great. Thank you for clarifying. Final predictions for the two main events. For the first card, I'm gonna go with Tan. But as I told Nick in private yesterday, Tan looked a little bit depleted this week. I think he was, maybe a bit more than he could chew with getting his weight down. That may not mean anything. And then there's always the question of his age, right? He's a little bit older for a fighter in this division. That plus a potential, some weight issues that's not the kind of, those aren't the kind of problems you want to have heading into a fight with a guy like Tang Kai. So, I'm going to go with Tan to retain the title, but with the caveat that this is a riskier fight for him than we've seen in quite some time, I would say. Christian Lee, Rae-yoon. I'm going to go Christian again. I thought he won the first fight fairly decisively, did more damage, got the takedowns. So I'm going to go with Christian with the caveat again that, Rae-yoon has proven that he can beat Christian, can outfight Christian, can do good things against Christian. So hopefully that's a good fight, but I'm going with Christian to reclaim the title. And then as for tomorrow, I'm going to go with Adriano again. Weirdly, I don't think I have made a public prediction for that matchup yet, the flyweight title fight tomorrow. But I think I'm going to go with Adriano to retain the title. I think he's too big for DJ, despite DJ's amazing skills. You're back.
Got the San Miguel light with me.
Nice.
Yeah. And a bowl of chili.
I got a coffee.
Yeah, different times of the world. I'm in Hong Kong, Tom's in Ottawa. So I've tweeted that out. And release the hounds. That information is out in the world now.
All right, good.
So we can get on. Where are we actually going to watch these fights, Tom?
What do you mean?
Apparently, it's only the first two fights that are on YouTube, and then you've got to buy the pay-per-view.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, anyone can hook us up with a.
Is that? I wonder if that's true
in my DMs
in Canada too.
I
mean, I'll buy the pay-per-view if I have to, I guess.
It's so expensive.
Yeah,
it's always like £32 in the UK.
Yeah, one small criticism I would have of one championship with these two events is that I feel like it hasn't been totally clear, just like the timing and where they're airing. It's complicated when you're doing two events back to back on different platforms, right? We're not that bright, it's hard for us to figure these things out. So I think one probably could have been a little clearer with where everything's airing and when it's on. Then again, though, we get two cards back to back, which is pretty sweet. So thank you to one for that.
Let us know where you are in the world and if you have it on your YouTube, because I might need to use this VPN right now.
Yeah, see, that's what I mentioned to you, Nick. I don't see it anywhere on YouTube. Even if I know it starts at 8:30, but usually they'll have the thumbnail. They'll have it all prepped and ready to go. But it doesn't look like there's anything on their YouTube channel.
You're in Canada. You're Prime, aren't you?
I don't think this card's on Prime. The first one.
All right. Oh God, see, it's so confusing.
That's what I'm saying, right? Is like, I don't want to knock one too much. It's it's a big weekend for them. They got a lot going on, but I feel like a lot of people are a bit confused about where to watch these two cards, and even what time they're on in their respective time zones. It says in the United States, the entire broadcast will be on the YouTube channel at 8:30. So I assume that applies to Canada too. That doesn't help you, Nick. I'm sorry.
No, it does not. Oh my goodness, I have to buy this thing.
Paying for fights. What's that? Eh?
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
Came up with that concept. I mean, I presume no one else is gonna have it. So, good start we've got off to here on the show, but yeah, let us know. Wow, there's a lot of comments.
Yeah, I was trying to find questions there, when you ducked out for a second, but I mean, there's hundreds of people commenting here. It's awesome to see.
Yeah, I almost don't know what to click on. So thanks everyone. Normally it's a lot less people in, so appreciate it. Yeah, a lot of people asking where to watch the fight now in one. I know for a fact you can get it at watch.onefc.com to go the fully legal route if you want to pay for it. I think you can get a double deal on both of the shows. So let's see how much it costs. Yeah, I should have done this earlier. I can get a bundle for $72 for both of them. That's not too bad for me. I may just do it.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
That's £7.
I'm like a little bit concerned that this isn't even airing in Canada. I might have to figure something out if that's the case.
One, you can have my money. It's okay. Maybe I'll expense it for SCMP.
There you go.
But I'm going legal. Yeah, I don't want to encourage piracy on the Fight Companion.
Of course not.
I'm gonna put my birthday in. What the hell? Tom, you can hold the fort again.
Sure, yeah.
All
right.
I'm just gonna sign up to this thing.
Yes, DJ is tomorrow night. You're right about that. New subscriber, Mr. Tiddlewinks. Thank you for the subscribe.
Mr.
Much appreciated. Thank you, sir. What the heck? Yes, for everyone that's confused, the DJ fight, these fights in Singapore are in the evening in Singapore. That is the morning over here in North America. The DJ fight, that is in the morning on Saturday in Singapore. Or sorry, excuse me. Oh man, it's confusing. That will air Friday night for people in North America, Saturday morning for people in Singapore. So if you're in Asia, you watch the DJ fight Saturday morning.
Watch One FC referring to Hong Kong as a country in the drop-down menu. They're gonna get some trouble there.
Wow.
It's a special administrative region, guys.
Get it right, guys.
They had a big blow up with that. Sorry to interrupt you. When they listed a poll like, where do you want to see us go next, guys? Which country? They did a little poll on the internet somewhere, and it was like, and then Hong Kong was one of them, and then it got big blowback from Chinese fans because, yeah,
right.
Don't want to get into the politics. Anyway, I'm about to buy this double pay-per-view for 72 Hong Kong dollars, which is about £7 English. US, it's really not that much. 72 HKD to USD equals $9 US. I'll take that. Yeah.
All right, and good news on my end. I now see the stream, the broadcast for this card, so I think I'm in business.
Oh yeah.
It'd be hard to do a fight companion without watching the fights.
It would be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I hope that this works. My card was declined. Oh dear.
My God, journalist problems, eh?
I'm dipping out briefly. Hang on.
All right.
I'm gonna put the wrong name on it.
Yeah, guys, I'll clarify one more time. Demetrius Johnson and Adriana Moraes, they're fighting local time Saturday morning in Singapore. So if you're in Asia, you watch those fights in the morning. That'll be Friday night if you're in North America. If you're in Canada, the States, Mexico, you watch the fight Friday night in prime time on Amazon Prime. So if anyone needs clarification on that, there it is. Ong, I think if you're outside the markets where this is on YouTube and you need to buy the pay-per-view, the link is watch.onefc.com. The pay-per-view is about £30, I think. I don't know what that is in dollars. I think it's about $40 or something at this point. Prediction for Penpayak and Savas. I've been high on Savas Michael for a long time. An old friend of mine, Matt Scott, a colleague, SCMP veteran. He kind of turned me on to Savas Michael a while ago. Saw some potential in him. And yeah, so I'm going to go with him. I think he's a beast, and I think he's got tons of potential. And I actually thought he had a really good chance of beating Tang. So it's certainly disappointing he's not going to get that opportunity now, because I think he had a good shot to make it happen. Is it only on Amazon Prime? The second card, the card with Demetrius Johnson and Adriano Moraes, Nongo and Liam Harrison, that one is only on Prime if you're in North America and Canada. I can't speak for the rest of the world, but if you're watching from North America, that one's on Prime only. You won't be able to find it anywhere else legally. Yeah, it's not too expensive if you ask me. I guess it depends how much you're willing to spend on fights, but it's a decent little card, and there's a deal on both, I think, as Nick said. People sharing some streaming suggestions in the comments. I'm not going to comment on those, but you can help each other out if you want. Guys, let me know in the comments who you're picking. I've already made my picks. Let me know who you're picking so I can tell you how darn wrong you are. It's a pretty great night of fights. We got Tan Le in the main event, defending his title against a very dangerous guy from China, Tang Kai. Crazy knockout power in both corners. I don't remember exactly how many knockouts Tang has behind him, but it's quite a few. Not as many as Tan Le, who knocks out pretty much everybody. He's got a pretty good habit of knocking people out, but I think it's a pretty safe bet that one won't go the distance. I don't understand what that means. Sorry, Tan. All right, guys, keep the questions coming. Yes, one has made some
running commentary on my thing.
All right.
Carry on. Sorry.
I was going to say, yeah, one has made some efforts, I think, to make the hydration process a little more transparent. There's still some kinks to work out, I'd say, but certainly it's a less shadowy affair than it used to be when nobody had any idea what was happening behind the scenes. Now at least we have some inklings as to who's missing weight and who's missing their hydration tests.
Declined 3 times. You are forcing me to pirate your stream, guys. Sorry. Good thing I found one already. But
good thing, man.
I don't want to encourage it, but you need to figure out. I heard this happened to a lot of people at 1X were trying to pay and they couldn't.
It seems like a pretty common pay-per-view problem. It's amazing that these things still happen.
Oh well. I've tried. Yeah.
Lance Mansfield. If you find out where the one betting lines are, I would love to know. There's not a lot of betting options for one championship and for people in North America. Only the really big fights. But I wish that wasn't the case, because there's so many of these fights that I would love to bet on personally. I don't know if that's ethical, but I'm a degenerate, so what can I say?
You are.
What happened to Tang? Nick, you want to take the lead on that one?
All I know is he didn't provide a hydration sample, so make of that what you will. Did he know he wasn't going to make it? A lot of people were theorizing things I can't say because I may get sued, But yeah, a few people missed weight and hydration. Haggerty and Tang both just out completely. I don't know any more details. I can't say anything. I've asked. I don't know. Yeah, it seems a little bit weird, Normally they try at least to make weight, and seem to be posting online all week. And he was at the press conference the night before. He didn't seem ill or anything. Why would you do the press conference if you didn't think you're going to make weight or you were ill? It's
hopefully we get some more information on that in the coming days. I saw he put out a little statement on Instagram, but it didn't really reveal much. It was just kind of saying that he wasn't fighting. Sonny DiRienzo coming in here with a pro tip for anyone that's looking to wager some money on these fights. Apparently DraftKings has the odds for most of these fights. That's good to know.
I hope you guys, I wish you could see my setup right now. I've got 2 screens. I got a desktop. What's it called? iMac. Yeah, and then I've got my laptop as well. It's beautiful. This is what I've always wanted.
Yeah, I've got a similar thing going here. I've got my TV. I'm in the living room today. I've got a little mobile podcast station. You know, I kind of move it around as needed. I wanted to watch this on the big screen today, so yeah. So I'm all set up. It's gonna be good.
Well, I hope I've got the right stream thing ready. But
yeah, I've got mine going now on YouTube. We're all good.
Is it adverts still for you?
Yeah, but
Okay.
it's at least I know the stream exists. I was concerned before that I didn't even see the thumbnail. You know you know what I'm talking about. Usually they have a pretty good indication of what's about to happen. WMMA scene now. What's up? Good to see you back. Dwayne Torres, good to see you too.
The free fights, yeah. First two fights were free for me in Hong Kong on YouTube. So make of that what you will. I wish they had publicized this again. You know,
Michael Owens, welcome to the stream. Good to have you. It has been too long. Thank you for calling us the real main event. I don't agree, but thank you for saying that.
I've got some broccoli here. This is a real fight night snack.
Oh yeah, very healthy. Chriselle, that depends in where in the world you are. Let us know where you are, and we can probably clarify that for you. And which card you're talking about too. Remember, there's 2 cards here, separated by about 12 hours, and you know, the timing of those cards, of course, depends where in the world you are. So let us know.
So we haven't started yet, right?
No.
Or I'm getting an intro package.
Oh, that's good. I'm not getting anything. I've got a black screen.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried the first fight has fallen off the card, so they're going to have to fill some time. They've only got 6 fights, and they need to go to 11. Is it 11 or 11:30?
I'm not sure. Time for Oak to silence the spoiled child Christian Lee. All right, Chaz Kim is not a fan of Christian Lee.
I think Chaz Kim is Korean as well, so he's supporting his homeboy, Rae-yoon.
Totally
I hope
fair.
I got that right from last stream. You told us you were from South Korea, I think. But
Alcy is encouraging some dragon water consumption. I second that motion.
San Miguel light today.
People asking if we're showing the full card. No, you're not going to find the full card here. This is a fight companion. Sorry to disappoint. We're just going to be talking about the fights while they happen. Depending where you are in the world, the fights should be on YouTube or pay-per-view. So you got to get those going. And if you want to hear us babble about what's happening, you can have us going too. We got some Team Lakai fans in here, fans from the Philippines. Welcome, guys. Got a fan of broccoli and cauliflower, Nick. You got some vegetable support here.
This is broccoli. I put a lot of salt in with it, and it's given it a real nice, flavorsome kick.
Our new subscriber, Mr. Tiddlewinks, is also a culinary savant, and he's recommending that you put some cheese on that broccoli. I'm here for that. Put some cheese on it.
Sounds like effort. I've got some cheesy popcorn.
Oh, nice. You're all set.
I am all set. I thought this one through today.
Yeah, I'm going to have to order some breakfast at some point and quickly devour something. I do like these morning cards, I have to say. I don't know if everyone in North America is as keen on them as I am, but I love, getting a cup of coffee going, watching some fights. Great way to start the day.
I couldn't think of anything better.
Mr. Tiddlewinks, thank you to the algorithm for bringing you to us. It's great to have you. We've talked about this a bit. Where is Eddie Alvarez? What's happening with Eddie Alvarez? It would have been great to get him on this debut card, but I think they're saving him for, one of the other ones scheduled before the year's out, right? We've got one every month until the year's out. And I would be shocked, honestly, if Eddie wasn't part of those. And, maybe a co-headliner on one of them or something.
Tom, can I leave you for about 5 minutes?
You got it, man.
I've got to edit an article on southchinamorningpost.com/sport. Not about MMA or Muay Thai. It's about badminton. So,
oh, wow. A real sport.
Yeah, my day job, badminton correspondent for South China Morning Post. I'm confident you'll you'll keep the fans entertained and you'll hold the fort down while I do
got it,
this
man.
important task. So I'll
You
keep
got
it as brief as possible. All right.
All right.
I'll miss you guys.
Well, you'll be back, right? All right, guys, this is only going to work if I go solo, if you keep the questions coming. So let me know what you're thinking. Let me know what you want to know. Michael Owen's coming in with some crucial information here. If you want to watch the fights in the US, YouTube is the place. And I can confirm in Canada, they're also on YouTube for the 6 people from Canada that are watching this. There aren't that many of us here. MMA Fan 420, nice name. I agree. He is a snake, man. He's always abandoning me for fake sports like badminton, always leaving me high and dry. You guys can't see him right now, but he just put his hands up, conceding that
I'm not a snake. I am.
Nah. Wow, had to jump back in to defend himself.
I have to against this slander. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will be here for the most of the night. I just have to take 5 minutes quickly.
Yeah, occasionally when we do these things, one of us has to step out here and there, guys. It's just the way it goes.
I'm sorry, MMA Fan 420.
I think MMA Fan 420 is just joking around. All right, guys. MMA Fan 420, we love you too, man. It's great to have you here. Thank you so much. All right, I'm not going to take that off the screen. Actually, that's probably not ethical. But there's some, for those of you struggling to find the fights, there is some useful intel in the comments. If you poke through, you may find the answers you're looking for. Strong Faith, seeing this question a lot. We are not showing the full card here. If you want the full card, depending where in the world you are, you're going to have to find it the traditional way. It's on YouTube in the United States and Canada. I believe it's on pay-per-view in other markets. So that's where you find the fights. Right here is where you find 2 guys talking about the fights, babbling about other things. If that's not your cup of tea, I apologize, but that's all we can offer, unfortunately. Speaking of tea, give me a second here. It's actually coffee, but, All right, guys, give me some questions or talk more crap about Nick. That's fun, too. He can still hear you guys, too, which is great. Or hear me, rather. Are we covering one events from now on? Justin, that's a great question. We've been covering one fights from the very beginning. We cover one better than anybody. I'm not even going to hesitate saying that. Nobody covers one like Seth China Morning Post, like Nick Akin and Tom Taylor. You want one coverage? This is the place to be. We got all the scoops, all the interviews, like, subscribe, yada, yada, yada. This is the place, man. I'm not going to read that comment out loud, but that's hilarious. Why only one FC? We cover UFC too. We usually kind of focus on the more Asia-centric aspects of the UFC. When Zhang Wei Li fights, there's a lot of coverage on SCMP. When the UFC was in Singapore, we gave that a lot of coverage, a lot of shine. It's an Asian publication, though, so we tend to focus on the Asian side of the sport. We got a Rod Tang supporter here. I have bad news. Rod Tang will not be fighting. I guess you haven't heard the news. I hate to break it to you, but he has been pulled from his fight against Savas Michael. That won't be happening. Not totally sure why or when he will be booked to fight again, who he will fight. But he is not fighting tomorrow, which is really unfortunate because I think for a lot of people, he was one of the most compelling features of that card because when Rod Tang fights, you can just about be guaranteed excitement, right? Kakang, my man, I am not alone today. Nick Akin is here. He's just ducked out for a couple of minutes to edit something. He'll be back. One versus UFC. That's something I'm dying to see.
I'm here. Do you want me to just leave myself on screen?
It's
going to comfort people.
I'm happy to
I'm just going to mute my mic, but
yeah, Nick is here,
guys.
People
want to see me. I'm here.
You're clearly, a beloved guy here, Nick. People jump on the stream and only see me, and they're terrified. They have to listen to me talk alone for 6 hours. I can understand that. I wouldn't want to listen to that either. Yeah. So no, I'm not alone. Nick is right here, as you can see. One versus UFC would be amazing. It's a great topic. We cover a lot on here. A lot of one championship fighters really love that idea. I interviewed Tan Lee recently, and he was really campaigning hard for a fight with Alex Volkanovski, and not just Volkanovski, but any champion from any organization. Tan Lee is really big on the whole co-promotion thing. Aaron M, yes, Rod Tang is out of the Grand Prix. Unfortunately, it's definitely a serious blow to that to that Grand Prix, because I think we can all agree he was the biggest name in that Grand Prix. Whether he would have won it remains to be seen, but definitely the most visible fighter, I would say. Nick, you're going to love this. Did you lose weight? I won't comment on that, but I think he has. He's been training hard. Yeah, he did some training at Bang Tao in Thailand, training with some of the toughest fighters in the world, humbling them on the mats. You know, I heard he knocked a few pros out. A couple of pros, UFC fighters don't want to go to Bang Tao anymore because they're scared of Nick. Yes, Percy, live audience. And there's a lot of you watching. This is so awesome. Thank you to all of you for joining. If this is your first time, it's great to have you here. Nick, you got a lot of fans here, man. People are really appreciating the aesthetic. Let's keep it PG, though, guys, all right? He's not an object. He's a human being. All right, Ong is in Myanmar. He says the pay-per-view costs 30 pounds, but he has some alternative methods that he's recommending. I won't comment on those. Guys, I would like to hear your predictions, and I would like to tell you how wrong you are. So tell me who you're picking for Thanh Lee and Tang Kai, and who you're picking for Christian Lee and Rae-yoon. I get the sense that there's a lot of support for both guys in these comments. I've seen lots of love for both champion and challenger in both matchups. As I said earlier, I'm picking Thanh Lee to retain the title in his fight, but I'm a little bit concerned about the way he looked this week. I thought he looked a little bit depleted, which is not how you want to be against a guy like Tang Kai, because that guy is a monster, as he proved in his last fight. He's on a real knockout streak himself. That's, of course, Thanh Lee's specialty. Yeah, I'm not alone here from the looks of it. AH is saying Tang Kai will snipe Lee. It's weird to pick against a champion like Thanh Lee, right? He's looked so good in one. He really hasn't shown a lot in the way of vulnerability in one, aside from the opening round or two of his fight with Martin, and of course he came back to win that fight in emphatic fashion. Always a bit of a risky gamble picking against a guy like him, but this, I would say, is one of his more difficult matchups in one. Obviously, the Gary fight presented some very unique challenges, but I think just in terms of real danger and the possibility of this fight ending in a blink, I would say Thanh Lee hasn't fought anybody like Tang Kai yet in one. This is a good question, Percy, and I think that's a safe bet. Will Rodtang defend his belt against the Grand Prix winner? Again, we don't know why he was pulled from the Grand Prix exactly. So obviously his immediate fighting future depends on that. If he's sick or, has some health issues or something, then he may not be ready to fight again for a little while. But presumably when the Grand Prix is wrapped up, Rodtang will be there waiting for the winner to defend his title. Maybe on Amazon Prime for all the American fans who are psyched to watch Rodtang in prime time. I think one is pretty keen to introduce Rodtang to American fans. I think it's pretty obvious why they put him on this card. Same goes for Nongo and Liam Harrison. A lot of these fighters, they're a big deal to all of us who follow combat sports and follow one championship. But a lot of people who are more casual fans in the United States, of course, had never heard the name Rodtang, heard the name Nongo. And I think one is hoping to really introduce these people to an American audience. All right, we got an Amir Khan fan in the building. I'm also an Amir Khan fan. I've interviewed him a bunch of times. He's a great guy. Also a great follow on Instagram, as I'm sure you all know. Very creative with his Instagram posts. Ong is picking Thanh to win via counter. I can see that. He's a great counter puncher. He's got huge power, great kicks. He moves well, great eyes. People talk a lot about his age. He's a little bit older for his division. And it's one of those weird situations, too, where if he was a heavyweight, I don't think we'd be talking about his age, because heavyweights tend to fight a little bit older. But for a featherweight, 36 or 37 or whatever he is a little bit old, but he still moves like a 25-year-old. He is so slick. His feet are so good. He sets traps. Thanh Lee is one of my favorite guys to watch strike. I just think he's so clever. So a counter knockout would be, I think that's very much in the realm of possibility. Yeah, and Ong, I agree, man. A lot of people are just, they're willing to shell out whatever it takes to watch these fights. Kakang is back. All right. Yeah, Tang Kai looks very determined. I agree. You know, I think for a lot of young fighters who have been, you know, working their whole lives to get to this point, by the time they get there, they're just ready to make it happen. You know, I could think of a few examples over the years where, you know, a sort of unheralded title challenger has come along and has just been full of confidence, has been so confident that you almost can't even believe it. It seems insincere. Best example I can think of is a guy called Chris Weidman. You may have heard of him. Back in the day, he was talking about how he was going to beat Anderson Silva. Nobody believed him, but he just wouldn't back down. The confidence would not relent. And then sure enough, he did it. So sometimes when I see that special kind of confidence in fighters, it really makes you think that they might pull it off. So I'm with you. I think Tang Kai has a really good shot today. And in fact, I would say, yeah, I mean, I would say he's the best chance of dethroning a champion of anybody on these two cards, which is perhaps a bit of a bold statement, but I'm standing by it. Another Amir Khan fan here. I'm going to get the fights on. I'm still getting ads and stuff for the fights. Have they actually started? Let's see here. Bear with me, guys. Apologies. I agree, Justin. Yeah, Tonley is incredibly sharp for a 37-year-old. He does not fight like a 37-year-old. I don't know how exactly he's managed that, how to stay so spry. But yeah, he's a special athlete. There's no doubt about it. All right, okay, we've got the fights on. I've got the fights on in Canada. I have something to talk about now. We got Agasa versus Nakussu, Brazil versus India. It's a bantamweight fight, if I'm not mistaken. I checked that a little while ago. Yes, a bantamweight fight. I wouldn't call these guys contenders. I don't think the winner is going to be anywhere near a title shot. But as I said before, you know, fight promotions are usually pretty clever about the fights they start their broadcasts with. You know, they tend to want to start these things with a bang. So I guess they probably saw some potential in this pairing. Let's see if it lives up to the hype. LFG. I'm not gonna decode that acronym. I know what it means, but we're not allowed to cuss here. So no, these aren't late call-ups, Alcy. These guys have been on the card all along, I believe. It's just a bit of an unheralded matchup. You know, two guys that aren't exactly household names in one just yet. Maybe that'll change. You know, with a big win here, maybe they'll improve their standing a little bit. But yeah, this fight has been on the bill all along, I believe. Yeah, Chatri said one is coming to Brazil. And there are a lot of Brazilian guys on the roster, a lot of guys they could take to Brazil and, you know, headline cards with. You got Adriano, of course, John Lineker, Buchecha. One has a really solid lineup of Brazilians who I'm sure would love to fight a little closer to home. As some of you, I'm sure, know, that flight across the Pacific from North America to Singapore is long. Depending where you're coming from, it can take up to 18 hours. I think the flight from San Francisco to Singapore is about 18 hours, and that is a long time to be sitting down, especially if you have to have a fight in a few days. Got some good action here. I kind of get the sense that Agasa is going to win this one. Here's a fight I'd love to see, Percy. Uncle Fester, for those who don't know, is a little nickname that some people have for Mr. Dana White, the president of the UFC. I wouldn't mind seeing a fight between him and Chatri. Let me know who you think would win that one. Let's have some fun. I think Chatri would win that one. All right. Not bad. Guys, let me know what you thought of this first fight. We're all done. Agasa wins it. One's got a nice little contingent from India forming now as well. You know, we've got some great Indian fighters on the roster. Obviously, Ritu is the biggest of the Indian stars on the roster, but you got Arjun Bular, of course, who's defending his title in a very short time next month, defending his title against Anatoly Malikin. And you've got guys like this on the come up too, who are, you know, of course, going to be a valuable part of one's push into India. Who the hell are you, man?
Oh, damn! Just in time for. So this fight is happening.
Yeah. So a little right hook there seals the deal, and then a little swat to the nose. I'm not sure if that follow-up shot was necessary, but
why did they leave it off the final weight and hydration list?
I don't know. Yeah, that was Mr. Tiddlewinks. I'm with you. That fight was not. I wouldn't call that like the most technical fight. It was kind of clear from the get-go that Agasa was more aggressive and probably the better fighter. Yeah, nice win for him. We'll see what he can do next. Top 5 promotions currently and of all time. Ooh, that's a good one. UFC, 1 championship, Pride.
How dare you, Tom? How dare you?
No, this isn't in order. I'm just listing them off. 1 championship is implied, Pride, I would say.
Oh. Sorry.
Everything okay?
I'm just. How are you? Where are you on the stream?
He's getting interviewed right now, and I don't think I'm lagging.
Oh, am I way behind?
It's possible.
Is it over?
It's over.
Oh God.
He's getting interviewed by Mitch.
All right, I'm so far behind. This is not going to work. This
tends to happen sometimes. One of us will be watching on a big lag. It's just the way it works when you're watching fights in different parts of the world, I think.
Oh, well, I'll try and buy this pay-per-view again.
Percy, when do I think John Lineker is fighting again? That's a great question. I've been wondering that myself. I feel like it's not every day somebody knocks out Bibiano Fernandez. In fact, I don't think it had ever happened before. I thought that was kind of a star-making performance for him in 1. A lot of people saw him as a future champion from the moment he arrived.
Did you, Tom?
I did. I thought he had certainly like the skills to beat Bibiano. I was picking Bibiano to beat him, but I mean, John Lineker can beat anybody. He's got the power to beat anybody. But I just thought that was kind of a star-making performance for him. He comes in, he beats the seemingly unbeatable champion, and then we don't hear from him for 6-7 months, whatever it's been. It bothers me sometimes when these fighters have these amazing performances and then they're just sidelined for months on end. Maybe there's more to it than we know, but I feel like it would have been great for one to kind of keep the Lineker train rolling. Give him a great title defense. Remind everyone that he's over here now. He's in 1 now. It's if you want to watch John Lineker, this is the place. He's sort of become an afterthought just because we haven't seen him in a little while, but he's the champion. You don't want your champion to be an afterthought. So I hope they get him back in there soon.
I'll try my credit card now, Tom.
All right, man.
I mean business.
It's getting serious over there.
I never used this, so.
Lineker is one of my faves in 1, too. I think most people would agree that, no matter how you feel about Lineker on a personal level, I don't really know much about his personality, to be honest, what kind of guy he is, but he has one of those fighting styles that's really hard not to enjoy. Yeah, Justin, I agree. I think 1 is saving Lineker for Prime Video. I think that's true for Eddie Alvarez as well. Jared Brooks and Joshua Pasio. A lot of these fights that we've been waiting to see.
I saw that's in December now, I think.
Okay. All right, that's good. Yeah. Well, I think, again, though, I think a lot of the fights that we've sort of been waiting to see, the people we've been waiting to see, the fighters we've been waiting to see get back in there. Safe bet that a lot of these people are going to end up on these prime cards before the year's out, right? Because one's going to need to fill these out. Demetrius Johnson and Adriano Moraes are fighting today, so obviously they're probably not going to be available again before the year's out. Maybe at the end of the year, but not likely. Angela's got 1 more fight before the year, I think. Same for Shang Jingnan. So they're going to be looking to use people like Eddie Alvarez, people like John Lineker, Jared Brooks, and Joshua Pasio. These are the guys that are going to round out these other cards, I think.
It worked.
All right.
Okay.
Christening the credit card. Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Lineker would be a good fit for one of these prime cards for sure.
I should have put it on here. What an idiot. Okay. I'm nearly with you. Nearly with you, Tom.
All right, man. No worries.
I'm all over the place today.
Up next, for those of you who are wondering what's next, it's a submission grappling match. Trying to remember. It's Renato Canuto. Who's he fighting? Tommy Langaker from Norway, who I've not heard of, but I assume if he's fighting Renato Canuto, he's very good at grappling. Canuto is a decorated black belt, multiple-time champion in a bunch of different, on a bunch of different BJJ competitions. Extremely decorated. If you go to his BJJ Heroes page or whatever, your preferred BJJ database, you'll see the accolades this guy has racked up. He is a good signing, I think, by one, as they look to kind of flesh out their submission grappling divisions. You know, a lot of these guys that they're signing and girls that they're signing are not super familiar to people that just follow MMA. But when you look at the things they've accomplished, you can tell that these people are really at the, you know, the top of their fields. Michael Owens with some great intel here. Tommy has a win over Canuto. So this is a rematch. Canuto is going to be wanting to redeem himself. That's cool. That kind of adds some intrigue to this.
I'm going to have to do it without audio.
Yeah, I've got mine turned off here.
All right. We'll just have to listen to Tom's excellent commentary.
Oh, man.
Picking you
I
up.
don't know about that.
Yeah. Oh, B Nguyen on my screen.
I know.
All the feels right now.
All the
Sad to
feels.
see B go, yeah.
Big B fans over here.
Yeah, you know it.
B has always been really good to SCMP. Always very generous with her time.
First ever interview on the channel.
No way. I don't think I knew that.
No, you do.
I do. Yeah. She was always very generous with her time, and I'm sure will continue to be if we interview her again in the future.
Yeah, I was going to try and get her. Oh, bloody hell. This one player is awful. Whatever it is. Anyway. Yeah, I was going to try and get B.
We could get her to co-host a podcast one time. I bet she'd be good at that.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Yeah, she's a good talker.
This thing is terrible.
Tiddlewinks, that's a good top 5. Bodog fights. I forgot about that. I think didn't Cain Velasquez debut there or something? They had some like big names back in the day, people that were just starting out and went on to do really amazing things. That was a good promotion, underrated promotion. All right, on to the submission grappling. Let us know how you feel about introducing submission grappling. I think not everyone is sold on it yet, but I personally think it's pretty cool. I like how one has sort of become like the go-to place for martial arts of all kinds. You know, I'd like to see them add more stuff. Michael Owens, I mean, that goes without saying. That is the king of combat sports. I mean, I didn't include that on my list just because I thought it was implied that it's superior to everything else. I'm still waiting for yacht fights where people fight on a boat or something like that. You know, I like fights in really strange locations or like on a cliff somewhere.
Good idea.
This is the kind of thing I'd like to see MMA Fan 420 bring in, you know, MMA guys who are known for their grappling, who are perhaps, you know, kind of at the end of their MMA careers. Guys like Damian Maia, I think are, you know, I'd love to see Damian Maia do some pure grappling in a place like One Championship. I think the matchup options are unlimited for a guy like that here.
What about Dos Anjos? Rafael.
Right. Well, he's, you know, he's sort of rubbed shoulders with one in the past.
We saw him in Tokyo, didn't we?
Yeah. I chatted with him a bit.
I'm
trying to remember why he was there. I think he was just doing some training at Evolve maybe and was there cornering somebody or something. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But yeah, he's a nice guy and clearly has some kind of connection with one. So it wouldn't be shocking if he were to leave the UFC to see him do some grappling in one maybe. Rockhold too, you know, all these guys. He posted
today that his final title run is behind him, and now he just wants to take on some of the legends. So looks like he could be winding down in the UFC.
I like that. I like when fighters sort of recognize that when they shift from the title pursuit to just having a little bit of fun, closing out their career with some fun, fan-friendly matchups. I think a lot of fighters could take a page out of RDA's book if that's the case. Yeah. Has one ever put on a Lethweight card? No, they've never put on a Lethweight card, but I do believe they've had at least, didn't they have like one Lethweight fight way back in the day or something? Maybe not. I know they've definitely considered it for a long time. They've certainly flirted with Dave Leduc quite a few times over the years. But I don't think they've done much in the left. They may have done one Lethweight fight on an undercard or something. I can't remember. But at this point, you know, I love Lethweight. Anyone that knows me knows that. But I think it may be a little bit too brutal for what One Championship is trying to accomplish right now. You know, they're trying to really sell themselves to the American market. Lethweight is a tough sport to watch. If you're even the slightest bit squeamish, it's perhaps not for you. So I think, you know, throwing a Lethweight card in the middle of a big broadcast might turn a lot of people off, unfortunately. So I don't really expect to see any Lethway on one cards anytime soon, as much as I would love to. Mr. Tiddlewinks, I agree. Mike Perry moving to BKFC was the best thing he ever could have done. He's finally found his home. Guys, let us know who you're picking in the submission grappling match. I agree. RDA versus Connor is the fight to make right now. These are the kinds of fight both guys need. In fact, Connor needs to acknowledge that his title days are over too, I think, and needs to focus on these kinds of matchups. Like the fight with Donald Cerrone, the Poirier fights. These are the kinds of fights I want to see him in, just fun matchups. You having some trouble there, Nick?
Yeah. It's just a cluster right now, Tommy. You keep doing your thing while
I can keep doing my thing. Guys, hit me with your predictions. I admittedly don't know a ton about the guy Canuto's fighting, but as Michael Owens told us, he has beaten Canuto before. I'm still going to go with Canuto just because I was looking at his resume and it was pretty impressive. And I know a lot of other grapplers are really high on him. Usually that's a good sign. So I'm going to go with him. Yeah, and for those of you who missed it, I believe it's win by submission only in one now. No draws, so they'll score it, I think, if it goes the distance, which is great because it's a little bit frustrating when you watch a 12 minutes or a 10-minute grappling match and it ends with a draw, because usually there's one person who clearly had the advantage. You look at the Danielle Kelly-May Yamaguchi fight, that was a draw, but I think most people would agree that Danielle was in control of that entire matchup and still had to settle for a draw. Although I think the post-fight bonus, the $50,000, probably sweetened that for her a little bit, softened the blow, I guess. Draws in anything are lame, if you ask me, Mr. Tiddlewinks. Unless it's a crazy 5-round war that where they left everything on the table, then it's kind of nice when there's no loser. It sucks there's no winner, but there's those special fights where it's kind of nice when there's no loser because they both really gave it everything. But if it's just, your run-of-the-mill fight and ends in a draw, very disappointing because really, you didn't really watch anything, right? Nothing's changed. Neither guy has, improved their situation. Nobody's taken a step down the ladder. You're kind of just back where you started. Draws don't really, advance the narrative. And that's my biggest issue with them.
Wow.
All right, I'm going to duck out.
Hold on for 2 minutes. Can you hear me? Sorry, I'm just signing into this thing here.
Preaching is all I do, Tiddlewinks.
Oh my God.
Come for the fights, stay for the preaching. Justin, that's a good question and a hot button issue among One Championship fans. The judging system. I like how they score fights as a whole. I do think that's cool. But, it does create some problems, obviously. And the Christian Lee and Rae-yoon fight, I mean, people have kind of been scratching their heads about that decision for a long time. The people that think, Christian won, I thought he won like pretty clearly, but what can you do? Any scoring system is going to have its drawbacks. We see terrible decisions in the UFC all the time and they score their fights totally differently. So, I don't know what the problem is or what the fix is for one's judging or the UFC's judging system or MMA judging as a whole, because there have been a million problems with the way we're doing it for pretty much the entire time we've been doing it. It might just be a reality we have to accept that occasionally there are crappy decisions in this sport. All right, guys, we've got our first spam in the comments. It's that time. They're proffering adult dating. It sounds great, but now's not the time or place. So we'll have to take you up on that later. Love chat 1 XYZ. Thanks for trying, but we're not looking for love today. We're looking for some fights.
I'm looking for love always, Tom.
All right. Well, fair enough. You've got the love of a good friend right here.
Yeah, I'm finally set up. So,
all right.
Could you be a hero and start the article on scmp.com/martial arts?
You got it. All right. Now the Nick's all set. I'm leaving.
Yeah.
I'll be back very soon.
Yeah. You know what to do, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to take the floor for this submission grappling contest, which I have no idea what's going on. So
you don't have to listen to me anymore. I'll be back.
That's a shame. All right, I'm back. Solo Nick again. What did I miss? Let's go ponytail. Is that me or someone in this fight? I've got a little thing going on here these days. All right.
I think that's definitely you, man. There's no ponytails in this fight.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Let me know who you think's going to win. I have no idea. But thanks to Tom, sorry, for holding that down. We are launching our article online, so you can go read. We'll have rolling results throughout the night. I know it's not a very long night, only 7 fights. We're one down already. We're on the second fight here. So if you want to read your news, go to scmp.com/martial arts. Yeah. And we're going to have reaction later on tonight from post-fight interviews. I'm hoping there will be some. I don't think we'll get to do any ourselves because we're not in Singapore. But Andrew Whitelaw, the main man himself, will be doing some, I think, and I'll be sending them over. We'll get them on our YouTube channel, and then we'll write some articles. Hopefully Chatri speaks. You never know. I wish I was there, though. Didn't work out this time, but I am planning to go to Singapore for the next doubleheader. Prime Video 2, do you want to call it? 161. Yeah, who knows? It's the names are all changing every time. I saw that it was called Fight Night 1 or something on this one championship player I'm watching, and now it's called Prime Video 1 again. It's just confusing. Don't know about you, says Michael, but I love a 7 to 9 fight card. Yeah, I really enjoyed those small pandemic era cards one did where it was taped and they would put 6 fights on, not live, but it was just short and sweet. You knew how long it was going to last. It was edited beautifully because, yeah, it's taped, but nice pace to all of them. What do you think? Like longer cards, guys, or what? UFC is too long for me these days. It's kind of a 5-hour affair, or 6 hours. Starts at about 6 a.m. in Hong Kong, and it finishes at midday or something like that. 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. sometimes. Crazy. Those tape cards were good. Thank you, Alcy, for agreeing with me. I was worried I was the only one who liked them. I don't know. Maybe I'm just nostalgic. It was a fun time. It's when we started this channel, actually. It's when we first started doing live fight companions, was during that pandemic downtime. Obviously, we weren't at the shows. Everyone was stuck inside their houses, so we had a few other people on with us as well. JHK, Leon, who else was it? Drake Riggs, Chris, Jasmine. Yeah, we've lost a few homies along the way, but we're still here. Tom and Nick. Maybe we can grow the crew again. But as for now, it's just us two. Percy asking, do we cover Ryzen? Not really. I tried. Just didn't do any traffic for us. I think it's one of those things where people go to other places for their Ryzen news. We did a few podcasts and got some decent interaction. A few fight companions or result recaps on Ryzen, especially on the New Year's Eve shows a couple times. But there are people out there who know a lot more about Ryzen than me, and that is a guy called Drake Riggs. So you want to follow him for your Ryzen news. He does a Ryzen-themed podcast called Broadened Horizon. I think it's still going. I'm not sure, actually, because Drake's a busy man these days. Ego Kind says, do you think they'll go back to standard box ring fights for Muay Thai kickboxing, maybe once they get their heads out of Singapore? It's got the back. I quite like the cage, but there's something about a ring, isn't there, in Asia for MMA as well. So yeah, I think it'd be cool to see that again. I think if they go back to Manila, it's usually a ring. It's usually a ring in Kuala Lumpur as well. I'm trying to think. Tokyo is a cage. Yeah, it seems to be dependent on the city they're in that they move it from a ring because they have it already kind of in storage in each country. Maybe Michael Owens can fill us in. Here he is again, Michael, saying, I hope to return someday if you'll have me, though that will also mean I'll have lost my job, so maybe not. I was just about to say, come on in, but I think you still have your job, Michael. So maybe not. But yeah, the invitation's always there. Pour one out for the lost homies, says WMAC. Now, exactly. Yeah, it used to be a real party going on. We'd have 5 of us. The screen couldn't fit all the people in it. Now you have to see my ugly mug blown up, taking up the whole thing. I continue to have no idea what's happening here between Canuto and Langaker. 2 minutes 40. That's all I can tell you. I need to get some grappling knowledgeable guests on the show for these fights, I think. But Mitch Chilson is pretty confident it could be over here. Anyway, I don't know. Just watch it. Anyway, I'll give us another plug for the channel. If you haven't liked and subscribed already, please do. It's a good match, says Mr. Tiddlewinks. I'm enjoying it. I just have no idea what's going on. I had a brief journey into jiu-jitsu, Mr. Tiddlewinks, which ended in July when I got kneed in the head and a massive concussion for 2 weeks. Been banned from doing it again until later this year. We'll see. I really enjoyed it, though. I did about 6 weeks of it altogether. I had just come back from another injury, actually. Had a staph infection from Thailand. So I feel like the BJJ gods are telling me, don't do it, Nick. Anyway, Chats Kim says, I tried to follow Drake's live shows, but the chat's out of control, always detailing the topic, and Drake has fallen victims to audience capture. His interviews are good, though, says Chaz. Well, Drake has a lot of fans, and a lot of them pop into our chat sometimes. So they're always welcome. Yeah, they're energetic, shall we say. And it's good to have people who tune in wherever they are around the world. It reminds me, I forgot to get back to the main man, Alvin Yakitori. So here he is. He asked me something. Yes, Alvin, you can. I had a very nice... I'm going to make Alvin the new moderator of the SCMP streams. So, Alvin, if you get my message, come on in and moderate. Oh, we got an arm triangle here. 10 seconds left. It could be over. No, I think he's all right. The Brazilian got worked, says Dwayne. Full mount. Well, what do you make of that fight, that match, shall I say? It seemed very interesting. But yeah, it's going to a draw. So we've got... What are the rules now here, Tom? It's how do they decide it?
I believe it's more submission attempts, like more attempts to finish. Yeah. It's over already? Jeez.
Yeah.
I paid almost no attention to that. How'd it go?
It was interesting. The Brazilian got worked. I think that's Dwayne has summed it up. Canuto. There was a bit of full mount at the end, as Mr. Tiddlewinks pointed out.
Oh, that's a nice armbar there.
It was aggressive, so I'm okay with it, he says. Yeah,
that was from the looks of it, a pretty fun little fight. Lots of action.
What do you think of the PFL's playoff system? I don't really like it, Percy. I would like it if everyone fought each other in a little group, like of 4 fighters around robin, and then they did like 2 groups of 4, and then 2 from each group did a semifinals thing and a final. But are you going to fight 5 times in 1 year? Probably not. So they have to stretch it out over 2 years, which makes it a little bit tough. Anyway, here we go. Judges' scorecards for this.
And the Norwegian wins it.
Norway's Tommy Langaker wins, beats Renato Canuto by decision.
That looked, I didn't really pay attention to that fight because I was writing, but based on the highlights, that was 10 minutes of action. There were quite a few highlights, wedged into that little highlight package they just showed. It looked like a fun match. And, maybe that's what happens when you score fights based on submission attempts. People are going to try to get submissions a lot more because that's how you win, right? So
I enjoyed it.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully the grappling looks like that all the time now that they've changed the rule set a little bit.
Well, let us know what you thought, everyone.
That was the last submission grappling match of this card and maybe of either card. Am I forgetting something on the second card? I don't think so.
I don't think there's another. But Musamechi is on the next one in September,
Right.
I think.
Right.
Or he's on the Prime.
Yeah, he's on Prime, yeah. 3 title fights on that one.
Yeah. I'm quite enjoying this one player, actually, Tom.
Nice, man. Good quality stream. Nice.
Yeah, it's not dropping out. They're showing me some merch in the right-hand side column, making me tempted to maybe splash out at one shop.
Not bad. They've got some pretty sweet merch, I have to say. I think we all noticed a couple years ago one really stepped up their merch game. They've got a pretty expansive collection of stuff over there. I got some pretty sweet little pieces of clothing from one.
But I can no longer bother Tammy Chan to send me free stuff. So.
Good old Tammy Chan, yeah. Nobody like her.
There really is not.
No. Probably one of the best people I've worked with in any job, I have to say.
Agreed.
Yeah. Tammy Chan was one of the PRs at One Championship for a long time, for those unaware. A real gem.
Oh, well, Mr. Langaker's got a bonus, Tom.
Oh, not bad.
He's pretty happy with it. He just
I can imagine it would be. As Buchecha told me when I spoke to him last, a $50,000 bonus is a pretty unprecedented payday on the submission grappling circuit. These guys don't typically get paid $50,000 to fight. So I think for somebody who's been kind of slogging away on the submission grappling circuit for a very long time, getting that kind of money for 10 minutes of work is a pretty special thing. So it's nice to see.
I've just Googled how much 50,000 US dollars is in Norwegian kroner. It is 481,444 Norwegian kroner.
Win a couple of those, you'll be a millionaire.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Norwegian millionaire. He's a Norwegian half millionaire.
Not bad.
Let that sink in for 10 minutes work.
Yeah, it's a life-changing night for him, probably. It's, I hate using cliches like that, but I mean, I can only imagine how happy I would be if I got $50,000 for doing anything.
If you were a half millionaire in Norway, you'd be happy.
I'd be very happy. Norway seems like a pretty nice place to live. I would love to have $50,000 to blow in Norway.
Is this offer for everyone in the chat, Chuck, or just Tom and myself with your one discount code? Or is he just flexing, isn't he, Tommy?
I think he might be.
He's flexing, yeah.
It might just be.
I've got a one discount code. How come I don't have one? This is insane. What the heck?
I don't have a discount code.
Yeah.
After everything we've done for these people, I can't believe it.
Drinks on that dude, yeah. Langaker, buy a round at the Blue Jazz Cafe in Barley Lane.
Oh, yeah.
The homies.
Blue Jazz. Yeah, that's the spot. If you're visiting Singapore and you're looking for a place to have some drinks, Blue Jazz is the place.
Blue Jazz, Budweisers, and chicken tenders.
That's all you need in life, as far as I'm concerned.
Amir Khan has not started yet. Safe bets.
No, I think actually the heavyweights are next, aren't they?
Okay, heavyweights next. Percy's saying, did you see Dan Hardy's fight breakdown on Mighty Mouse? Is it versus Mariah's fight and Nongo versus Liam Harris? I didn't see it, no, but I saw that one were kind of getting Brendan Schaub and Chael Sonnen to also kind of do stuff on the Prime Video card. So, yeah, it looks like they've been throwing some money behind their promotional efforts, Tom. Mm-hmm. They were also on the, what's it called? The stock exchange thing.
Yeah, the New York Stock Exchange.
Yeah. That was, Chetri was loving that. And
as he should, man. That's pretty cool.
They were, I think they were already in Times Square, but yeah, putting some promotional money behind this Prime Video thing. So I hope it does well for them. They were on the front page of Prime Video, whatever you want to call it, website, user interface. Nice thing to see.
I thought it was, as a long time One Championship watcher, I've been watching this promotion pretty much since the beginning, when it was just a tiny little operation, and everything was on YouTube, everything was free, and just just a small show. And now to go on Prime Video and see the One Championship thumbnail, I gotta say, it's kind of cool. It's it remains to be seen how this partnership will work out for both parties. Maybe it'll be disaster, but it seems like a pretty good pairing, and yeah, I think it's pretty cool, man. I already had Amazon Prime, so like this is a huge bonus for me. Now I get to watch my fights on there.
Well, what's also cool, Tom, is that Justin here knows the Blue Jazz. So
I was gonna say that I saw that comment too. The Blue Jazz is a great spot. Although
it is.
When we were there, we did have to contend with the fact that Singapore bars closed at 10 o'clock, which was
terrible.
Kind of a bummer. There was some pretty stringent COVID regulations still in place, which is fine. But I would have loved to spend a lot more time at Blue Jazz. Order a third, fourth, fifth bucket of beer, seventh, eighth, ninth plate of chicken tenders. But
Big Kev still owes me 30 Singapore dollars.
Oh man,
yeah.
And Atkin never forgets.
Listening, Kevin Binoy from, I want to say Sports Keto, or is it?
I thought it was the other guy.
Essentially Sports. The other guy owed me. He gave it to Big Kev. Ronnie owed me. He gave it to Big Kev, and Kev never gave it back.
How dare
If you're watching, Kev, I'm coming for you. I will hunt you down next time we're in Singapore, and you're getting the chicken tenders and the Budweisers. First bucket's on Big Kev.
First bucket's on Big Kev. I like the sound of that.
Well, Brian Lucero, this is the conundrum we were talking about earlier, and it's why a load of people are now joining our stream again. They only had the first two fights streaming on YouTube for this event in a lot of countries. I don't know where you are, but I think it's okay if you're in Canada or the US. But if you're like me in Hong Kong, I've had to pay my own hard-earned money to watch onefc.com.
In fact, I
bought the pay-per-view.
I just saw on One Championship's Twitter, if I'm not mistaken, the only markets where you can watch the entire card on YouTube are the United States, Canada, and Thailand. Everywhere else, it's on pay-per-view. Yeah,
just some bollocks.
Well,
Hong Kong.
Nobody's ever thinking of Hong Kong, eh?
We are where martial art. Bruce Lee is from Hong Kong, and One Championship have Bruce Lee merchandise. We're the real home of martial arts, not One Championship.
Oh wow! Shots fired.
Yeah. I will be filling out an expense slip, Chuck. Don't you worry. 72 Hong Kong dollars are coming back my way. You can believe that.
Safe Bets here thinks One Championship is confusing. If there's any way we can help clear things up for you, if you have any specific questions about when things are happening or what's happening, you let us know and we'll try to clear it up for you.
The geo-blocking sucks, says Ego Kind. Got Prime, but still can't watch the fight because I'm not in the US. Guess I have to pay or find some other way. Yeah, I don't want to encourage people to stream the fights illegally. I'm happy to give them my 72 Hong Kong dollars. It's only about $9 US. I feel they deserve it after the years of fun and entertainment they've given me, Tom. I'll let them have this one.
It's the least we can do, It's
ended in the UK as well. A lot of people are jumping in this chat here and now fuming. Friends are used to free fights for too long, says Justin. I agree.
Yeah, to everyone joining, you won't find the fights here, unfortunately. You're going to have to buy it on pay-per-view. If your stream has ended, that means that it's time for the pay-per-view for you. What was the link again? Watch.onefc.com, I think.
That's it. It is not... Oh, my God. What happened to my light? Oh, it died.
Justin's raising a pretty solid point here. Still cheaper than a UFC pay-per-view. You spend your money how you want, people. If you're not feeling it, don't buy it. But yeah, I mean, it's cheaper than a UFC pay-per-view and better than some UFC pay-per-views. The
Yeah,
UFC
UFC
has
pay-per-view is about 20, what, 50, 60, 70
it's
US
like
dollars now.
$70 now. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's like a day's wage for some people in that country, man. It's rough.
Yeah. $72, not too bad for Hong Kong. That is. That's about 9 US.
We've got some heavyweights coming up here. Y'all know what that means. Somebody's probably going to get knocked out, or two people are going to get very, very tired. That's usually the way it goes with heavyweight fights. They're kind of a two-outcome affair oftentimes. Either one guy gets a spectacular knockout, or they get a little bit lethargic. So we'll see how this one goes. I'm hoping these guys have their conditioning on point and are ready to go for a couple of rounds if the finish doesn't materialize. But you just never know with these big boys. Paul Elliott, I believe his last fight was against who did he fight last? I watched him get knocked out. I'm trying to remember who was behind it. It was Ji-won Kang, the big Korean who, maybe one of the top contenders in the one championship heavyweight division.
The big man.
The big man. He's got dynamite in his hands. That guy might have the fastest hands in the one championship heavyweight division, if you ask me. Malakin might be a little bit, I don't know. It's hard to say. But yeah, Ji-won Kang has got some hands, and yeah. This is going to be a good one, I think. Paul Elliott's going to be wanting to bounce back from that one. I don't know much about his opponent, if I'm being totally honest. But we're gonna learn a lot about this guy in a moment, aren't we?
Can I request you again, Tom?
Yeah.
To write the thrilling finale of the Langaker bonus tale.
You got it.
Do you have a pictures link yet either?
I don't. I'll try to find one.
I forgot to ask old Samuel Hurwitz, but
I'll text him. I'll figure it out.
Don't, we got one in the main image so far, but
all right, guys, be back shortly. I defer to Nick on all things one championship.
Again. Yeah, I'm here. I don't like your style. More talking, says William Resulta. I don't know what that means. You want me to talk more, or you don't like me talking? Anyway, we watched the rest of the card. Us, Aiden. Yeah, not here. You got to go to watch.onefc.com and put down some ducats, sadly, Aiden. Or find yourself a stream, but I won't be promoting any illegal activity here. Migs, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, I'm good. How are you, Migs? The snake rules the land now. I'm back. Yeah, the snake is here. MMA fan 420. Shouldn't have been so mean to me earlier. So nasty while I was away. Now Tom's the snake, huh? Leaving to do some work. Ouch. 20 pounds in the UK, says Al. See, that is an ouch. Yeah. Is that for the one show, Al, or for the double header? Because I've got tonight's show and also tomorrow's Prime Video one. I got a double package for 72 Hong Kong. Not bad at all. That's £7 in the UK. I feel like I'm winning at life and at one championship. Rolly, shout out me, please. There you go, Rolly. There you go. Shout out to Rolly. Seem like you're new in the chat. Hope you're enjoying it. Hope you're watching it somewhere. Leave me alone, exactly. If you haven't noticed, there's a ponytail here. It's a new look, part of a whole new gimmick for me. Long-time viewers will remember when I wasn't so well kept. It was a bit more rugged. Yeah, we'll leave it at rugged. You'll be commentating while watching the fight, right? I'm fine with just you being a fight companion. Yeah, we're just a fight companion. We don't stream the fights. That would be illegal, and we get sued or demonetized on YouTube or banned. We don't want to get banned. Shimazu, we want to keep our channel up. You know, we've hit the milestone today of 28,000 subscribers, by the way. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. The link is in the yellow banner there. 28,000. I feel like we're going to have a few more. 28,195 now. We've picked up nearly 200 subscribers since this show went live. Keep it going, though, guys. If you haven't already, what are you doing? Why haven't you subscribed? You get great content like this. Not only will we be here tonight, we'll be back tomorrow morning for one on Prime Video 1. Tomorrow morning in Asia, that is. If in America, it's just later tonight for you. So good morning, Eddie, as well. Migs. Could be better. Without the loop, the pay-per-view starts today. 20 Australian dollar for one pay-per-view, 36 for the bundle. 36 Australian dollars. Yeah, that sounds pretty steep. I'm going to do some maths here. What is that in HK? Oh, yeah, that's 200 Hong Kong. Not so good for you, Migs. Not so good. Oh, 36 pounds. Oh, we got a knockout. Have we? No, he dropped him, but he's back up. Batur is back up. Sorry, I should commentate on this fight, or watch it at least. Talking about money. Paul Elliott dropped him, but Batur back to his feet. Anyway. I did not even realize that was Herb Dean. That is Herb Dean in the ring. That's pretty cool. Oh, Elliott is throwing. Oof. It's not going to last too long. Sorry. I completely lost my trail of thought. Haha. Is there a fight between Pasio and Brooks soon? Says Wilma. Yeah, I heard it's in December, Wilma. I heard that today, actually. Should have been in June, but, we'll take December. Is it really Herb Dean, says Miggs? Yes, it is. He is there. He's there for both of the shows, both of the cards. It's pretty cool. Herb Dean is here doing Herb Dean things, says Michael Owens. Yes, precisely. He was described as the best in the business by Daniel Cormier, I think, or Joe Rogan at the weekend. Make of that what you will. It is really Herb Dean, yeah. Oh, Batur on top now. A few hammer fists. Everyone asking if it's Herb Dean. It's Herb damn Dean, yeah. Yeah, everyone's a bit freaked out. I did do a double take, actually, when I saw I was there. Yeah, the live has ended, Julian. A lot of people still asking. You need to go to watch.onefc.com and pay some money to watch the fights. Unless you can find a stream somewhere. It's not on YouTube anymore. You only had the first two fights. Unless you're in the Canada, US, or the Canada, the US, or Thailand. Don't know why Thailand. Herb making that bread in Singapore, says Mr. Tiddlewinks. Oh, Batur is hammering Elliott here. Herb going to step in, I think. Herb's having a good look, isn't he? Herb is known to not... Well, I'm going to leave him alone. I'm going to let him do it first. All right, he stepped in. It's over. Herb Dean says no more. Martin Batur gets the victory over Paul Elliott. What a monster indeed, says Mitch Chilson. He got dropped in the first minute. Yeah, bounces up to his feet, finishes the fight. Excellent performance. He could be getting a bonus. I feel like Chachu's going to be very bonus happy today. He's going to have a lot of money for some people today. Jesus, that was brutal, says Dwayne. Wow, Fan is unfollowing us. Why, Fan? Why? What did we do wrong? All right. Fights are more exciting in one championship, says Mr. Tiddlewinks, because they take your money for stalling. Yeah, a little bit. I think is it a 10% rule you get? If you get a yellow card for stalling, you can lose 10% of your purse. Pretty good. Good stoppage. I agree. High or low 1,000. It is Herb Dean. Everyone is going crazy, Tom, that Herb Dean is reffing this fight.
Is it over? What happened? I looked away.
Batur just hammer-fisted Elliott to death, basically.
That was right before this matchup started. I gave Batur's record a quick look, and he, was clearly the more experienced guy, a good finisher. I'm not totally surprised by that. What's great to see, though, is one championship signing all these heavyweights. Who knows how far this guy will go? Maybe not far at all, but they need more bodies in this division. This guy's clearly capable of beating some people, beating the lower level guys like Paul Elliott. And I'm excited to see if he's capable of beating guys that are, the next step up the ladder.
I like the sound of that.
Mm-hmm. The heavyweight division is really heating up right now. It's I love when, in a division that used to kind of suffer the way the one championship heavyweight division did, with just a total lack of, credible contenders, we now have a backlog of contenders forming, right? We've got obviously the title unification bout, Anatoly Malikin and Arjun Bular coming up. Beyond that, you've got Buchecha, who's going to be looking to kind of position himself for a title fight tomorrow. You got Ji-Won Kang kind of floating around. Amir Ali Akbari is, probably a win or two away, but still a big name. You've got, Dustin Johnson, who sort of disappeared but looked great in his last fight. There's suddenly all this new blood in the heavyweight division, and it's great to see because, as anyone who's followed one for a long time has known, this division wasn't always very good. There was a time when there was only a couple of fighters in it. It was really Brandon Vera and everybody else for a long time there, and that's no longer the case.
Oh, we got some more spam.
All right.
Oh. Yep, I told you there'd be a bonus. I think Chatri is going to be very, very bonus happy today, Tommy.
I think so too. Especially on that Prime Video card with all those American fans watching. I think there's going to be a lot of bonuses on that one.
Yeah, it's basically a message to American fighters as well, I think. Or yeah, we're going to throw some money around, aren't we?
Exactly, yeah.
I'm happy to say, Tom, 30,000 viewers already on this stream.
That's pretty incredible.
With 3 fights in. And yeah, we've gained 250 new subscribers already. Keep it coming, everyone. Keep it coming. We're already going to break. Last time we thought 50,000 was big, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
We're on course to break that. This is incredible.
Clearly people are fired up about this doubleheader that one has put together.
People are fired up about Martin Batur.
As they should be.
Yeah.
I think. Yes.
Yeah. And he just won 50K. That's why they're fired up.
Fair enough, man. But, the fact that there's so many people here, it's an indication that one has had some success, at least generating buzz for this card. People are aware it's happening. People are looking for it. We had some concerns that people were a little bit confused about where the fights were happening, when, where they were being broadcast, when they were happening in their time zone. But, at least people are trying to find it. People are interested. That's a good sign for one championship as they look to push into the United States market, I think.
Now they've just got to convince them to pay money.
And yes,
next step.
Ashley Oreo Cookie, Malikin versus Bular is happening next month. I forget the date exactly. I think September 27th, maybe. It's a couple of days before the second Prime card, if I'm not mistaken. The official name of the card is One Championship 161. Yes, and they will be unifying the heavyweight titles in that main event. Finally. All right, what do we got next?
That's Sam Mig Light there, Tommy.
All right, man. Drink up.
Can I just say something?
You may.
It's a criminal thing. San Miguel Lights in Hong Kong, 3.4 or 5% alcohol. You go to Thailand or the Philippines, 5%.
Unacceptable, man. Unacceptable. That's a total racket.
It is. It is. Onwards and upwards, though.
That's it. Somebody's asking how many fights are left on this card. 4, I believe. Let me put that comment on the screen if I can find it.
We got Amir Khan next.
Yes.
Singapore's finest.
4 cards left, and for the people asking how many fights, Amir Khan is next, and 4 total left. We got a question about our beverages here. I'm drinking coffee. Nick is on the San Migs, I believe.
SML, baby. I'll let Tom speak to you all. I'll write that latest fight up in the article, scmp.com/martial arts. Go and read our rolling results wrap and check back later on for all our reaction as well. But Tom has got you
I
for the
got
next 10 minutes or so while I try and remember what I just watched. Okay.
All right. All right, guys, keep the questions coming. Percy, good to know your beer choices. If we ever cross paths in the world at a place that serves Red Horse, I got you for a Red Horse, man. First round's on me.
Oh, Red Horse is dangerous.
What's that? Is it like
Philippines? It's about 9% or something.
Oh, it sounds right up my alley.
My
Sounds a little
friend
weak, if
broke
you ask
his
me.
leg on a Red Horse. He was so drunk, he just broke his leg in Manila after a one championship event.
Riding the Red Horse, man. It's
Kong,
dangerous.
Yeah.
You got to be careful riding the Red Horse.
And with that, I leave you again.
He's going to go buy some Red Horse, I think. All right, yes. So according to the One Championship website, 4 fights left. The next one is Amir Khan against Keanu Subba, 2 real OGs of the One Championship lightweight and featherweight divisions. Amir Khan has, been around the block in this organization, to say the very least, has fought everybody. Daggy, he's his Ariel Sexton. He's been in there with so many of the guys that have just been around this promotion forever. For a while, he had the distinction of having the most knockouts in one championship, which is a fun fact about him. I believe that record has been eviscerated by several other people now because he hasn't knocked anybody out in a while. But Amir Khan can crack, and he proved that by holding that record for quite a while. Keanu Subba, I'm not sure if he's the younger or older brother of Gianni, but he's part of a kind of a family affair in MMA. He and his brother both train. Gianni is unable to fight, unfortunately, due to an ongoing kind of medical concern that I'm not sure if he's even trying to rectify that anymore. He may have just kind of given up and accepted that he's not going to be able to fight, which is very disappointing because he had a lot of potential as well. But Keanu is a great fighter too, and I think he's a great matchup for Amir Khan. Let me know who you guys think is going to win this one. I'm going to go with Amir Khan. I think it'll probably be a decision because they're both very good. But again, Amir Khan, like I said, for a fleeting period a couple of years ago, he was One Championship's knockout king, if you can believe that. Had more knockouts in the promotion than anybody else. So this should be a good one. We got some talk about Bular and Malakin in here. Malakin called him a chicken. No comment on that. I mean, I think Bular was hanging around, trying to make sure he was getting paid what he felt he deserved. Can't fault him for that. This is his career. He's got to make his money while he can. It's a very short career for most people. So respect to him for, kind of putting his foot down and making sure he got paid accordingly. Of course, it was a little bit frustrating that we didn't get that title fight for so long. We've all been waiting for it since February when Malakin won the interim title. Good news, though, guys, is that we're finally seeing it. We don't need to call either of these guys chickens anymore, I don't think, because they both signed the contract, and they wouldn't do that if they were scared of the other, right? In fact, I've never loved these accusations that one fighter is scared of another or chicken or whatever. They're professional fighters. They know what they're doing. They're not really scared of anybody, I don't think. Everyone's got the pre-fight nerves, but I don't think they're scared of any opponent in particular. Percy, me too. I was just rambling and raving about this a moment ago. It's really nice to see the growth in One Championship's heavyweight division. As I said, for a while, it was the Brandon Vera show. It was Brandon Vera and just whoever they could find for him to knock out. No disrespect to the Paul Changs of the world and the, Shrek Sakines, but those guys were not world-class fighters by any stretch. They were easy snacks for a guy like Brandon Vera. But now, we've got a jam-packed division with 2 champions, a number of really compelling contenders with really, different skill sets. It's kind of it's turning into one of one's more interesting divisions, actually, which is great to see. As far as I know, yes, it's still happening. That's a little bit concerning. I hadn't noticed that yet. Ego kind that the Tawanchai and Petchyindee fight is now the headliner. That would be a pretty big disappointment if for whatever reason that fight fell through. But let's not jump to conclusions. I doubt that's the case. Dwayne Torres, I have a hard time disagreeing with you on that one. I think De Ridder has a fighting chance against just about every heavyweight on the one roster, with the exception, oddly, of Buchecha, because Buchecha is fairly green in MMA, but I think he's just one of the few guys in MMA who can hang with RDR on the mat. And not only that, but like probably potentially dominate him on the mat. So, he would have the edge certainly in the one area where RDR is used to beating people, which would make for a pretty interesting fight. One Championship is live for those wondering. These are live fights happening right now on Friday night in Singapore. Yes, Shimazu. September 29th, I believe, is the date for Bular and Malakin. As far as I know, I haven't heard anything to the contrary. That fight is still happening. I really hope that, any changes to the One Championship website are perhaps just temporary. They're maybe just, moving things around a little bit. But as far as I know, that fight is still happening. So hopefully. For those of you asking where you can watch these fights live, please be more specific. Tell me where in the world you are, and I'll try to help you find them. I can't tell you where to watch them unless I know what country you're in. So tell me where you are, and I should be able to tell you where you can find these fights. I believe the only markets where they're free on YouTube in their entirety, as I said, are Canada, the States, and Thailand. So unless you're in one of those three places, I think, unfortunately, you're out of luck and you're going to have to pay for these ones, in which case it's watch.1fc.com. That's where you can find the pay-per-view. I believe it's £30. Singapore, I think, unfortunately, it is on pay-per-view there, I believe. I'm not sure, though. Watch.1fc.com for those of you trying to find the pay-per-view. Watch.1fc.com. You can remember that. All right, guys, hit me with your predictions for this lightweight fight. We've got Amir Khan and Keanu Subba. As I was saying, Amir Khan was a real prolific knockout artist for a while there and held the record for most knockouts in the promotion for a time being. Has sort of kind of lost his habit of knocking people out. Hasn't been doing quite as much of that lately, but certainly still has serious power. And Keanu Subba is a really, experienced, tough guy with a nice, well-rounded skill set. So that should be a good one too. Guys, hit me with what? Yes, sorry. This is a featherweight matchup, but of course, Amir Khan did fight at lightweight previously. He was part of ONE's first lightweight Grand Prix, lost to Daggy, but he was, for a long time, one of the most crucial pieces of the One Championship lightweight division. At this point, I would say a long way from title contention. That's not to say he can't get back, but there's still a place for guys like him in this promotion. He seems to be down to fight pretty much anybody. And of course, he's a hometown hero in Singapore. Ben Min, I have bad news. We can't put the event on. You're going to have to find it elsewhere. Yeah, Migs, this chat is something else right now. Oftentimes when we're doing these streams, we look for questions and we kind of have to poke around a little bit sometimes. There's not that many people asking questions. This time I'm having to dig through, hundreds of comments here trying to find the questions. It's great to see. It's a good problem to have. So if you have any questions, speak up, and I will try to find them in this crazy freight train of comments we've got going on here. Here's the kind of question I want. Ashley Oreo. As I've said, I'm picking Lee to win the rematch. I scored the first fight for him. It was a very close fight, certainly, but I thought he was behind the more decisive moments. I kind of have a hard time seeing, understanding how anyone could see otherwise. He got the better takedowns, landed the better punches. But again, it was fairly competitive, and it could be again, but I'm picking Lee to win.
Back in his thing.
Yes, Robert Watson, Christian Lee. If you are outside Canada, the United States, or Thailand, I believe pay-per-view is the place to catch Christian Lee's fight with Rae-yoon. Watch.1fc.com. Kabagis, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. That fight has already happened, and Batur won by what, first round stop, Nick?
It was, yes.
All right.
Picked
there you have
up a $50,000 bonus.
Yeah. Got himself a bonus. That's 2 bonuses handed out so far in what? 4 fights? 3 fights? 3 fights. 3 fights, 2 bonuses. That's that's not bad.
Not so bad at all.
Vietnam's a beautiful country. A lot of things going for you there. Unfortunately, a free One Championship is not one of them this weekend, I don't think. Sorry to hear that. Dwayne, this is a great question, and that's something I've been wondering too. We have all wanted to see this rematch between Rae-yoon and Christian Lee since the moment the first fight ended. Obviously, there were some injuries that needed to, be healed, but they've had, a year at this point to improve since that first fight, and they were both very good the first time they fought. So it's really going to be interesting to see which guy has improved more, which guy has, changed their game plan, perhaps. There are so many kind of interesting variables in this matchup, and I can't wait to see what happens. We've got more support for Tang Kai. People saying Tan Lee is in trouble. He may be, man. He may be. We'll see. Wow, we got someone coming in from Kenya. What's up, man? That's awesome. Found the pay-per-view in Kenya.
Good stuff.
Nice.
Big up Kenya.
Big up Kenya. Robert, our pleasure, man. Any other question, guys, we'll try to answer. We don't have the answers for every question, but if you're trying to find these fights, we might be able to help. We can probably tell you what fights next. We can tell you about the fights that have happened. We can tell you about the fights that are coming in the next coming months. So any one championship related questions, lay them on us, and we'll try to answer them.
Oh, there we go. I'd like to update you all. We passed 40,000 views on this stream today already. Incredible.
Not bad.
We are well on course to beat last time's 50,000. Can we beat the famous Ong La episode? 120,000 views.
I don't know about that. It may be possible without our guy Ong La on the bill.
When he lost to Dorita the first time. 120,000, I think it was. Crazy. Or was that the one when he beat Leandro? Either way, Ong La usually does numbers.
The fights are on right now. It's round one of a fight between Amir Khan and Keanu Subba.
I should just change the yellow ticker to go to watch.1 FC.
Yeah. Might be good.
Get him some business.
Yes, I believe that's the case. If you're outside those three countries, based on what I saw on the One Championship Twitter, it's from the looks of it, those are the three countries where it's free on YouTube at the moment. It's worth a check, if you live outside those countries. I'm not 100% sure, so if you live somewhere else, check the YouTube, and you may be in for a pleasant surprise. But I think if you're outside those three markets, pay-per-view is the way to watch it legally. I'm sure there are other ways to do it. I won't comment on that, but yeah.
When does Ong La fight? Yeah, exactly. Got a rooftop here as well. We can do it, Ong, anytime. Cedric. Yeah, you got to pay now, Cedric. Oh, Subba's down. Watch.1fc.com. Say it again. But you're going to have to pay. You're going to have to pay. A lot of Tan Lei fans in the chat, Tom. Sorry,
yeah,
Tang Kai fans, not Tan.
I was gonna say a lot of people kind of expressing some concern for the featherweight champ. Maybe not concern, maybe optimism for the challenger, but a lot of people seem to think that there could be the title could change hands tonight. As I've said, it wouldn't shock me. I am gonna pick Lee just because he has been so impressive in one championship, and there's no reason to believe that he's slowing down or anything like that. But Tang Kai is a tough challenger, man, and he seems to be full of that kind of confidence that some people have when they dethrone champions. Oh man, Keanu. Not bad.
Yeah, backing up. Oh, that's it. It knocked him out.
Not bad.
Keanu Subba, I didn't see that coming.
Neither did I. I think that might be bonus worthy, but what do I know?
We're getting another bonus, yeah. Chatri Winfrey is coming back. Someone in the chat made that joke. Sorry, I stole it off you. I think it was Migs.
Hilarious. Sure. Whoever said that,
yeah. Yeah. Oh, Dark Sid's here.
What's up, Dark Sid?
Yeah. Keanu's been quietly destroying people. It's true.
Didn't he? His leg got mangled in a fight a couple of years ago, though, didn't it? I can't remember who he was fighting, but he got his leg broken or something.
He beat DJ's guy, James Yang, right?
Right. That's right. Yeah.
Pretty good last couple fights. Yeah. Amir was done there. That's a shame for Amir. He'd just been coming back his own, hadn't he? Had a good little stretch recently.
Yeah, and as I've said like 5 times, he was the man in one championship for a little while. A couple of years ago, before all the big signings and stuff, he was kind of the guy in the lightweight division. Never a champion, but always right there, beating a lot of the best guys they had at the time. He's a guy that may not get the credit he deserves, but I hope people when they consider the one championship history books, Amir Khan deserves a chapter in that book. I think he was one of the guys that was there from the beginning. Big fan of that guy.
Amir Khan is done for. He should retire, says Percy. Ooh.
Maybe, man. Maybe it's time. Amir Khan is a great follow on Instagram. I think One Championship probably really appreciates his social media game. They're always sharing his stuff, things he does with his partner and his son. They're always doing cute family stuff. But, people saying he should retire. He won his last fight. It was very close. It was controversial. That was at 1X, I believe. Who did he fight? Ryogo Takahashi. A split decision that a lot of people didn't agree with, but let's get real here. He's 1-1 in his last 2. That's not exactly a fight, a career-ending losing streak. So perhaps let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think Amir Khan maybe has a few more fights in him at least. Yeah, Dark Sid, let's put him in number 5 now. I think he earned a ranking spot. All right, and then we've got some Tan Lee support too. Some people supporting the champ. A lot of support for Tang Kai in this chat, but a lot of people supporting the champ too. I'm sort of getting the sense that might be the most anticipated matchup on this card. That'll be a fun thing to ask you guys. All right, let me ask you this: are you more excited for the featherweight title fight or the lightweight title fight that we have coming up in the next hour or so? Which of those 2 title fights are you more excited for?
Pretty good.
Not bad, not bad.
He called someone out. I couldn't hear what he said. Anyone in the chat? Who did Keanu call out at the end there? He didn't get a bonus though. It's a shame.
I thought
did win. Yes, it was a first round knockout.
Oh, look at this! Are they announcing this fight?
Oh, Pasio Brooks.
Here we go.
Here we go. So maybe it's not December. Did I get it wrong?
I mean, the important thing is that they're announcing it. I don't even really care when it is, as long as it happens.
Here we go.
Manila.
No.
No way.
No.
That's awesome. Did everybody catch that? One Championship 164, December 3rd, apparently in
December,
Manila.
Yeah. Wow.
Joshua Pasio defending his title against Jared Brooks, who has
like
taken the
Manila,
strawweight division by storm.
I can't miss that.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good one, and that's gonna be a fun night in Manila, I bet.
It's always a fun night in Manila, Tom.
Oh yeah. That I think is that might be my most anticipated fight in One Championship right now. Of all the matchups that can be made and that I want to see, that might be the one. I'm really excited for that one. Jared Brooks has captured my imagination.
Wow, let me tweet. I got a tweet, Tom.
Tweet it. Oh, we got more spam.
December 3rd?
December 3rd. I think it said Manila. Will Tom be in Manila? That's a good question. I would love to be in Manila on December 3rd. I'm going to say right now that I'm going to try to make that happen. We got some more spam. If anybody's looking for adult dating for all tastes and ages, check out 69mega.com. With that said, I'm going to block that person because they're annoying. All right. Yeah, let us know who you're picking in this brand new matchup between the champion, Joshua Pasio, and the challenger, Jared Brooks, who, of course, was in the UFC and Ryzen before he came over. He's a stud, Jared Brooks, and I think a lot of people are picking him to dethrone the champion in that one, but people forget what Joshua Pasio can do. how quickly he can end fights with kicks and knees, his spins, the power he's got in his hands. Yeah, he's a stud.
Did we have this already? You got to get out of Canada.
I do got to get out of Canada as often as possible for as long as possible. Hey, I like Canada, all right. It's a nice place to live. It's a great, safe country and has a lot of good things going for it. But I cannot get down with the winters here.
MC Tiha, I think, wants a shout out. So there you go. You got one.
Nice.
Yeah, he won't win. Just kidding. Brooks is tough. Percy, I'm not. I had to pay for my own pay-per-view here. You know, I didn't get a free ticket to Singapore.
I wish.
Yeah, we're stuck at home in Hong Kong and Canada. Ottawa. William is from the Philippines and he's proud of it.
As you should be.
Coco says, if it's Manila, I'd like to see Vera in the cage again. Yeah, why not? Brandon Vera.
Yeah, and he could, that might be a good opportunity for a retirement fight for him, because I think we can all, we're all kind of assuming that he's got maybe a fight left at most if he fights again. He's got all his movie stuff going on over there in the Philippines. He's got, other things to fall back on if he decides not to fight again. But I think a lot of people would like to see him fight one more time. He's, a real veteran of the heavyweight division, and further back, the light heavyweight division has fought just a who's who over the years. Long before he came to one, he was fighting guys like John Jones and Randy Couture. He's a real legend. And I think it would be cool that, I don't want to see his career end with that loss to Arjun Bular, because it was a rough loss. And I also feel like he really underperformed in that one. So it would be cool to see him fight somebody who isn't going to knock his head off in the Philippines. You never want to call for safe matchups, but something reasonable. Let's not give him a 25-year-old killer. Somebody of his vintage, I would say. That would be awesome.
Stamp and Angela in Manila. No, it'll be Stamp. Sorry, they're both on that card in Singapore next month, I think. Mm-hmm. Stamp versus Jihin. Is that right?
Yeah. Although I don't know if they had announced that yet.
Well, I've heard it. That's what I'll say.
That's what I've heard too.
Angela Lee and Zhongjing Nan on the same card, September 30th or something like that. So, yeah, maybe if Angela won that fight, didn't get too beat up, she could turn around quickly, fight Manila. But I don't think Angela's ever fought in Manila. They save her for Tokyo. Usually, she did have a random KL one against Nicolini, which I was there for. But otherwise, I've seen her fight in Tokyo twice and then Singapore once. So I wouldn't expect them to put her in Manila, Tom.
No, I don't think so.
They're going to have enough people. They got to get the Lakai guys out there.
Of course. Dark Sid. November is the month that has to be filled up still. I've actually heard that the Tokyo event is perhaps not a done deal. So anybody that is hoping for an event in Tokyo, hold your horses. I think there's still a lot of details to be worked out there. And I know Japan's travel situation, the travel restrictions are still a little bit complicated. So I think that is kind of just like a plan that's in motion, not an official plan yet. So
I'm going to add this fight in, Tom. Sorry, I forgot.
What's that?
The Amir Khan. I'll put that in.
Okay. This is a kind of an interesting suggestion. A circus match between De Ridder and Vera in Manila. Vera's retirement fight, maybe. On the surface, it is a circus match. But it seems like the kind of thing De Ridder might do. He's so focused on staying busy. He likes these interesting challenges. Certainly a guy like Vera has a big name, a former champion. That might be the kind of opportunity that RDR is down for. I know he wants to get one more fight in before the year's out. So who knows? It's an interesting suggestion. Dark Sid, we are wondering about this too. There's been some speculation about this in the comments. Apparently, Malakin and Buller has been taken off the 161 lineup on the One Championship website, which could mean nothing, could also mean something. My hope is that if it's been taken off that card, it's going to land on the card like 2 days later. But that card already has 3 title fights on it. I don't really think it needs any extra juice. I mean, Angela Lee can sell that card by herself. I think I would say, is the biggest star in One Championship. I think she might even be a bigger star for one than Demetrius Johnson. I don't think they need to put any more title fights on that card. So I don't know why they would. I'm really hoping that that heavyweight unification fight still happens on the originally planned date, because that card is going to need something else if that fight is off. Who's fighting now? Somebody asked. Good question. Oh yeah, we've got some Muay Thai coming up. Rittewada and Saemapetch. This should be pretty good. Apparently, Martin is live on Facebook for any of you that are fans of the situation, want to catch the former champ. He just recently said that he's got a fight coming up. I don't know who he's fighting. I don't think it's been revealed, but he said that he's signed a contract for his next fight. I think we're all pretty keen to see who he's fighting. Guys, hit me with some questions. Let me know who you're picking for this fight. This should be a good one. Yeah, Percy. Brandon Vera has like a full-blown movie career in the Philippines right now. He doesn't need to fight again. He may well not fight again. I was just thinking, you know, as a competitor, he may want to end his career on a better performance than the one he gave against Arjun Bular. Nobody wants to end their career losing the title by TKO. I mean, that's not a storybook ending, right? And Brandon Vera has had such a great career. I think he's probably keen to end it on a high note if he can. And then, you know, where better to do it than in Manila, where people love him so much. So I think if he's going to fight again, it will be in December, but we'll see. Min is picking Tan Lee to win. Min, you're going to be disappointed to hear that a lot of people are picking Tang Kai to win in this chat. A lot of supporters for the challenger. Leonardo, what's up? Hello to you too. Dark said, yeah, this is moving fast. It was only a 7-fight card, I think. I think we were down to 7 fights by the time it started. So, you know, these things tend to rattle off pretty quickly. All right, and great news for anybody looking for adult dating. The spam is back. Blocked again. Guys, hit me with some questions. Oh, here's a good one. Petrosian, when is he fighting again? He actually just fought in Milan a couple of weeks ago on an event that he was promoting. I think it was called like Petrosian Mania or something like that. He fought and won against somebody. I can't remember who it was. Certainly not a world beater. I believe it was even called a tune-up fight by somebody who represents him, which is fine. But I think he'll be back at one championship in no time. He's still one of the best in the world. A lot of people consider him the best to ever do it. They'd be foolish not to bring him back, I think. Will Boss, those are good picks. I think a lot of people would agree with you on those. Certainly, Tan Lee can defend his title. He can finish anybody. And, you know, Christian had a great fight with Rae-yoon the first time they met. I think he can do so again and potentially reclaim the title this time around. In which case, we're probably in for a trilogy. High or low? How many fights left on Lee's contract? I have no idea. I don't know anything about the Lee family contracts, but it's no secret that those fighters
you call
are
yourself a journalist?
Not really, no.
Call yourself a reporter? You don't know how many fights Christian Lee's got?
Well, do you? Hot shot? Yeah, that's what I thought. But you know what I was going to say is that it's no secret that the Lee family, these guys are hugely valuable to one. They're almost synonymous with the brand at this point, I would say. And I think one will do everything they can to keep those three around. Of course, it would be cool to see them test themselves in other promotions, but
well, I will just say we've had 55,000 views on this stream already. Crazy. And we've picked up 300 subscribers, but I feel we should be getting more.
Yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe.
Exactly.
It's pretty much the most important thing you can do.
It is. It is. Great to see so many people here.
Mm-hmm. Welcome, welcome.
Yeah, Martin Nguyen. I saw this
The man has stolen our idea, Tom.
Oh, has he?
Shamelessly, the situation has just decided instead of perhaps doing the show with us, he's going to steal our thunder.
Well, you know what? This is not an easy thing to do, and Martin is going to learn that the hard way. Sitting through a few hours of fights, keeping wonderful people like you entertained is not an easy thing to do. It's not for everybody. Hats off to Martin if he can do it, but this is our turf, man. We're the champs around here, so I mean, you better bring your game.
I won't say it to his face, but
me either. I'll say it to his face, like on video.
I've got Martin on my laptop. He gave me his stickers there when I met him in KL.
Pretty cool. He's a great guy. We're big fans of him. Big fans of him for sure. And he's been another guy who's been super generous with his time over the years. Always appreciate fighters like that who are down to chat.
Yeah, when's Herb Dean back?
Yeah, that was pretty interesting to see him on one of these cards. Has he ever done a one card before?
I don't think so.
I wonder if maybe like one has requested some, referees that are visible, and recognizable to American fans. I don't know really how that would enhance the broadcast at all, but maybe that's something they thought would help. It
seems like one of those things where they're like, oh, yeah, let's do that. It's a good idea. And it's like, well, it doesn't really add much, but yeah. I guess Herb Dean bring in fans. I don't know.
Maybe not, but maybe if you tune in by chance and you recognize Herb Dean, you're like, okay, this is a real show. I'll keep watching. I don't know.
It did cause a lot of buzz. A lot of people talking about it on Twitter and things.
Yeah.
I'll take that back then. Well done. A good idea by one.
Mm-hmm.
God, these guys hitting hard, huh?
Yeah. This is gonna be good.
Grace Corpus keeps asking for a prediction on Lee and Oak. Sorry. I have gone for Christian Lee. I think Tom did as well.
Yes, correct.
I think Christian won the last fight. And yeah, I just think he's had a year to stew about that. And I think Oak's probably... When did he get back to full-time training? Because he had a broken orbital for a while. So I don't know.
That's the thing, right? Christian has presumably been training the entire time since the last fight, whereas Rae-yoon was sidelined with an injury for a lot of the time.
But Oak's really resilient. I don't see it getting a finish. I think it's going to be a decision. Could be another split thing. Was it unanimous last time? I mean, it could be really close. I think we're going to see a trilogy, whatever happens.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're both young, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. And they have almost identical records. In fact, if Christian wins today, their records will be identical again. The first time they fought, their records were the same. Of course, the records changed after that fight. But if Christian settles the score, then their records are going to be the same again. What could be better? I mean, the two guys that are tied 1-1 with the exact same record, around the same age, in the prime of their fighting lives, fighting in a tie-breaking trilogy fight for the lightweight title. Sounds pretty good to me.
Oh, what? Martin's actually streaming the fights.
Oh, yeah.
I thought he's just chatting. Okay.
Herb Dean getting his chicken rice in Singapore. If you go to Singapore and you don't get chicken rice, you're doing something wrong. That's one of the best things you can get in Singapore. Have you had it, Nick? It's real delicacy.
Had chicken tenders. Oh,
nice.
I
think they poach the chicken or something. There's something they do to like prepare the chicken a little bit differently, like kind of boil it or something, but it's delicious, whatever it is. You can get it at the hawker markets. If Herb Dean knows what he's doing in Singapore, he's going to check out one of the hawker markets and get himself some chicken rice.
Oh, but surely, Herb will be back on a plane, won't he? We gotta.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure.
When's UFC?
I don't even know. I think the next one is the Paris card, right? September 3rd. Best thing in Singapore. I assume we're talking about the chicken rice and not Herb Dean, but there's a lot of good food in Singapore. I'll tell you
Herb number 2. So he's actually showing the footage of the fight. All right. Well, Martin, you're going to have a copyright coming your way from an angry, what they call Star Sports. The Indian broadcasters get very angry about that. Mm-hmm. We got a few violations on YouTube. I just stopped bothering. Yes, Miss Celine 99. It's only on pay-per-view unless you're in the US or Canada or Thailand. If you want to watch Christian Lee's fight. Or you can just hang out with us and we'll try and give you updates. But I'd say it's worth the money, depending where you are.
Mm-hmm. They're good cards, man. They put together some good cards, these two. Grace is really wondering if Lee will need to apologize. I don't think there will be any apologies no matter what happens in this fight. We'll see, though. Who knows? Guys, let us know how you're scoring this fight so far.
There's a chat on the Watch One FC as well.
Oh, cool.
But I think we've got more messages.
I mean, people are certainly feeling chatty here from the looks of it. People will definitely blame Herb Dean for anything bad that happens at this event. I agree. I think Herb Dean gets a bad rap. I actually have a hard time with all the ref bashing, partly because I try to imagine myself refereeing a fight, and I just think I would be screwing up constantly. I would try my best, but like, talk about a high pressure situation. You're not only like, trying to preserve the health of the two people you're in the cage with, but also appease the hundreds of thousands of fans watching. You got a lot of people to keep happy, 2 people to keep safe. That's a lot of responsibility. And I think I would totally buckle under the pressure and make some kind of grievous blunder. So hats off to anyone.
Oh, that is a death. That is a death.
Oh, damn. I'm watching a leg again.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Saemapetch.
Oh,
not bad.
Oh, my. That was one of those ugly ones where the neck snaps back.
What was the strike? A kick?
Just right hand, I think.
Bang. Yeah, that was nice.
Left hand. Oh.
Yeah, that was slick. Man, he like threw his whole weight into that. He almost fell over too.
Yeah.
A little bit of blood coming out of his ear. That's a little bit concerning, but I mean, I assume that is going to be bonus worthy. I would be shocked if it wasn't.
They're getting the stretcher out. That's a bad one, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully Rittewada's okay. Oh, man, he's still down.
Yeah.
Yikes. I'm surprised they showed that shot of him getting hoisted onto the stretcher there. They kind of...
It's a new era, Tom. Amazon Prime like stretchers, I heard.
He'd sort of been setting that punch up from the looks of it. That was pretty sweet.
Yeah, I saw it a few times. I thought Rittewada's leaving himself open, but there we go.
Well, I hope Rittewada's okay.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
That was a bad one. That was a bad one. Those are the ones that kind of make you, they stop you when you see those ones. Of course, we all want knockouts, but you don't want anyone to be seriously hurt.
Yeah, a bit of history, obviously, behind this fight, Tom. I remember this.
Well, should I get this result, Nick?
Yeah, sure.
All right, I'll be right back, guys. Try not to miss me too much.
Yeah, do it. So,
all right.
Go for it. All right, you got me again, you lucky people. Tom's going to update this story on scmp.com/martial arts. Reminder, you can go there. All the articles are free, no paywall on the MMA Muay Thai articles. scmp.com/martial arts. Wow, what a knockout that was. Spectacular. Rittewada got KO'd. Stretcher was needed. I feel we may get another bonus. Chetri's been pretty bonus happy today, so could be another bonus coming for Saemapetch. But how many bonuses have we got so far? Langaker, Batur, anyone else? I think you've got it. I was a little surprised Subba didn't get one actually, though, Leonardo, because that was also a very impressive knockout against Amir Khan. But just those two so far. Yeah. It's been a while since we've seen the Cambodia King Wesley on. Leon is in London right now, actually. Migs. I saw a picture on Instagram. Hanging out with Tammy Chan, former One Championship PR. Yeah, we haven't had him on. Try and reach out, maybe get Leon back in the game. Does one pay for your expenses when you travel on the road? No. I racked up a huge bill, Percy, of Budweiser and chicken in Singapore. I had like 45 receipts in my wallet up until 2 weeks ago. I finally took them out. I tried to expense them at SCMP and they said cannot. It's 3 months late. So missed out on that one. Spent a lot of money. Yeah, I normally can expense a little bit with SCMP if I'm at one event. Within reason, they're not going to pay my bar tab, things like that. He's got a bonus. Yep, Rittewada bonus. There we go. The third bonus of the night. Wowzers. There you go, Tom. No bonus from Chachi for knocking out an evolved boy. Is that Amir Khan? Sorry. Anyways. 50 G's, baby. Precisely. That's nice. That is nice. Love to see it, as they say. You love to see it. He got his 50 G's indeed, Shimazu. Indeed. Third bonus of the night. I got a feeling there's going to be a couple more in the main and co-main. I think we're going to get, well, at least the co-main. I think there's going to be a spectacular finish. I'm predicting a knockout. Tang Kai. I'm going with Tang. This card is killing it, says Doc. Said, yeah, I'm enjoying it. I quite like these. We've talked about the length of cards, and the kind of 6-7 fight cards. They do it for me sometimes. Just enjoy it. Not too long. As long as the fights are all good. And nothing has dragged tonight, really. Even the grappling was very action-packed. A lot of submission attempts. Both guys went for it. Saemapetch, Fairtex with the 50 Gs. All right. Here we go, though. I got a feeling it's co-main time, if I've done my math right. It is. Tang Kai next up. Now, Tom Taylor thinks Thales not looked right all week, so I don't know. I don't know about that. We got some more spam, though, here in the chat, so I'm just going to block them. Blood will be spilled, says Wing Hei Wong. I think it will, yes. Percy taking Tang Kai by KO. Will there be a fight companion tomorrow morning? Asked Mix. Yeah, there will be, Mix. I'm going to try and get some sleep, at least. It's going to be tough, though. I'm always pretty buzzing after one event. I'm always got a lot of adrenaline. It's hard to sleep immediately after watching such beautiful violence. So hopefully get some sleep. Yeah, I'm going to launch the stream tomorrow for 8:30, I think, start of the card. So yeah, join us again. Maybe try and start it a little earlier, 8 o'clock if I wake up in time. Just depends how late we go tonight. If there's a bunch of controversy and drama now, it's going to be tough. We are going to go. I remember the last time I watched Christian Lee and Rae-yoon about a year ago, September. Obviously, it was a controversial decision, and then you had Christian Lee. We were still doing post-fight interviews at that point, and Christian Lee was, livid, and it just rumbled on for days. And then there was the stuff with the review. The fight went to review, and then the review didn't overturn it, and eventually the committee or whatever, the board, got disbanded. Drama. But Rae-yoon, I like this guy. He's really damn good. This fight is going to be good. It should have happened a bit sooner, but I'm happy we still get to see it. Migs logging off soon, though. See you tomorrow. Tane gets third round. My prediction says Will Boss gets finished in the third round. Oh. Noda Lee saying it's on. Let's go, Tanlei. Humble. Let's humble Tang Kai. I know trash talking is part and parcel of the fight game, but I love, but absolutely hate the word kill. And for that reason, I am backing and still. I see your argument there, Noda. Yeah, killing. Talking of killing is not cool. And Tang Kai said at the weigh-in, I'm going to kill this guy. Is he taking it too far? Let us know your opinion on that. Panpayek versus Shehzad cancelled. It has been high or low because Panpayek is now fighting Sabas in the Grand Prix semi-finals because Rodtang withdrew. He didn't provide a hydration test sample. So, all right. Let's get some comments. Cracking card says MMA fan 420. Sucks that one doesn't get enough love. Wish they absorbed all the good Bellator guys. Give a real run for number 2. Yeah, what do you think? Do you think one already are number 2? Or Bellator or PFL? I feel all three of those organizations would claim they are the number 2. Depends who you ask, really. I think in terms of production value, money spent, one is clearly number 2 for me. You know I love one. I'm here doing it now. I'm covering it. It's my favorite, obviously. It's my number 1, but we'll see. Who will be the announcers for Prime 1 card? I don't know. Looks like they've got this new American guy. He had a very American name. I think it was Brent or something. Brent Stoker. I don't know. I've no idea who he is. What fight is it now, says Denise. We are just filling time until we get Tanlei and Tang Kai. Tanlei, let's go, says Dark Sid. I'm more nervous this fight. Something about knowing a guaranteed KO is coming gets me hyped. You've just cursed it, Dark Sid. We're now going to have 5 rounds of grappling. Sovath Sok, what's up? Oh, so Sovath was there when I had dinner with Martin Nguyen and Ongla when Martin gave me these stickers. He was with us in Kuala Lumpur. We had can't remember what restaurant it was. It was a lovely dinner. How are you doing, Sovath? Good to see you again. Thanks for tuning in. Here we go. Lots of comments in the chat. Trying to get through them all. Dark Sid weighing in on the kill debate. Fighters are always saying they'll kill each other. It's usually the ones who don't speak enough English. I swear Khabib and everyone from Dagestan says it all the time. Yeah, it might be a thing they think. Yeah, it doesn't bother me too much. It's all a circus. Anyway, DJ or Moraes, who you got tomorrow? I'm going with Moraes. Decision, though. I think it's closer this time. But he will do just enough. Correction. Tanlei gets the finish in the third round, says Wilbos. All right. Yeah, I'm going for Tanlei finish. Third round might be the one. Shimazu says people in Asia are more familiar with ONE FC than Bellator. Yeah, I imagine Bellator not really a huge market in Asia, although they have the tie-up with Ryzen, so they might have some familiarity with Japanese audience. I don't know. Is Ryzen bigger than ONE in Asia? That's kind of what I want to... Some people would say Ryzen's the biggest Asian promotion. ONE would scoff at that and say, no way. Depends who you ask again. Tanlei, buy anything he wants, says Lim Kian Teong. And still, I recognize Lim, I think, from our Facebook. Left some comments sometimes. Good to see you. You'll be seeing Nick more often, especially when one is fully pay-per-view on its main events and only streams the lead cards. Yep, exactly. I feel like our audience numbers are going to go through the roof now. One's charging money. Who do you think has the best looking belt? I quite like the new one belts, but I wish they were just smaller. They're too big. They're a nice design though. The belt's a belt though. It doesn't really matter to me. New UFC belt is, but I guess it's not that new anymore, but it is definitely an improvement. This new one is an improvement on the old design. You never want to see a new belt which just isn't as good as the old one, but here we go. We're closing in on this fight. Poor Saravuth says, always show the video to the public. Why is it not allowed today? It's on pay-per-view. It's on pay-per-view. One has changed their business model. Oh, Tom's back.
I'm back.
And so is the spam bot. I'm going to block this spam bot. Maybe you're the spam bot, Tom.
It's been me all along.
Yeah.
That's my side hustle. Lovechat1.xyz.
Yeah, side hustle. I didn't notice that Tanley has a 100% finishing rate.
He has, not only that, has finished or been finished in every single one of his fights. Has never, ever been to the judges.
What time is the next fight? We got a video package on the stream I'm watching, so I think I just saw Tan in the back area, warm, ready to walk out. So I imagine it's soon. Michael Owens, Lauren Mack would say one pride in Indonesia is bigger than one. Indeed, I remember that.
That was outrageous.
That was outrageous. Yeah, I think one can comfortably say they're the biggest in Asia.
Yeah, I saw that comment. I think there's probably no question that they're bigger than Ryzen. Ryzen has obviously a foothold in Japan that one doesn't quite have, but I think just in terms of like reach.
I think the only thing with Ryzen is like they can sell out,
mm-hmm.
like the Tokyo Dome, once a year.
Mm-hmm.
Can one sell out 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 seat stadium? I don't know. If you put everything on one card, maybe. Depends on the country, who's on the card.
Well said.
But I think they got bigger reach for sure, more countries. But I feel that they're now kind of pushing to America, aren't they? So I'm slightly worried they're going to lose focus on Asia.
Yeah, that was sort of my concern
the Manila
too, right?
thing they've just released with Brooks and Pasio has reaffirmed my faith. That's not the case.
And it's good to see. I don't know. Did they say if that was going to be on Prime?
I think it looked like a numbered event actually, but
I was going to say it's good to see.
You guessed there'd be a Prime show the next day, right?
Well, and I would have thought that they would get Jared Brooks on Prime because he's American, right? And he's turned into a bit of a star. But having said that, if that's indeed not on Prime, which means that it's in prime time in Asia, it's good to see that they're still saving some of their big fights for the Asian market, right? The concern for a lot of people, I think, was that all the good fights were going to end up on Prime, and people in Asia would have to wake up in the morning to catch them. But yeah, it seems like they're going to really spread out the talent.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
MMA fan 420 says, one is my number two. Shows are always good. Production great. Just wish they had a few more names to get the casuals over. Nate Diaz doing a grappling match would be awesome. My sentiments exactly. Couldn't agree more. I think they've got a lot of building blocks in place. I just think, if they could get a few more casuals. As when DJ and Eddie came over, there was a sudden burst of interest in one. I think, especially now with Prime, if they could just snatch the right person, that casual fan, Nate Diaz would be someone, Tom, who would move the needle, right?
No doubt. I mean, it's good. That's kind of the big question on everyone's mind, right? Is where Nate's going to go after this fight with Khamzat. One is certainly an option. It's really just going to be a question of who is able to give him the money he feels he deserves, and it's obviously a lot of money. There's only a couple promotions out there that are going to be able to provide the kind of money that he expects. And I think one, they've just had another investment round, I believe. Certainly got some money. So it's going to be interesting to see if they are in the conversation as Nate Diaz looks to find a new home.
Shimazu saying, do you think Haggerty's going to get a shot again at the belt, even though he lost to Rodtang twice now? I think they're going to hesitate booking Haggerty against anyone at the moment because he's not making it to the circle. He's whatever's going on. I don't want to speculate. That's 2 fights in a row where he's dropped out, a day or two before the fight. It's a worrying thing, isn't it, Tom? And matchmakers won't be. It's what happened with Lineker in the UFC. It's why he's in one championship now.
Mm-hmm. Well said.
Anyways, lots of comments. You guys are boring. Lol. Hey,
so are you?
Middle finger. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, appreciate it. Free speech. You say what you want on this channel.
Within reason.
Yeah. One championship should be more open-minded. There'll be more supporters. Yeah. What do you mean by open-minded?
What do you mean? Yeah.
I think he means putting shows on YouTube for free still.
Mm.
Yeah. I'm not against this. One needs to make money. I think the long-term plan was always to charge pay-per-views, right?
I'm not sure.
I thought it was always to build an audience for like 10 years, as they did with free stuff, and then hope it carried over.
I can't pretend to understand one's business plan. They know what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing, but it seems to be working. I mean, they're on Prime now. That's a good sign.
Yes, it's a good sign. I hope it goes well for them.
So do I. I'm very excited for this fight, I have to say.
The problem is we can't get any metrics, can we, at the end of it, of ratings, indicators, of how well it did.
Right. Well, that's probably, I think, what every promotion hopes for.
Yeah.
To operate in total secrecy. Yeah.
Yeah. But hopefully there's some good stat that they can shout about, like, oh, we were trending in the top 5 on Friday night or whatever it is. That'd be nice.
I'm just going to take a quick pit stop before this fight. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, if that's all right.
Okay.
I don't want to miss anything.
2 minutes. Dark Sid says, no way Pasio had to pull for the Asia card. He needs all of Asia and his entire country to prepare for this fight. He's going to need all the help he can get because Brooks wins that. Yeah, I think Brooks is going to win. And that's no slight on Joshua. Jared Brooks is very, very, very good. Joshua is as well. But I've been wrong many, many times. Looking forward to it. I was just annoyed it didn't happen already. Anyway, Michael Owens says Manila is the other way around to this, I think. 2 cards in one day, Asian time. Prime card first. Okay. Confusing, more confusion. I would really like one to get a format down, which they stick to. It's not a very scattergun approach at the moment. Noda Lee says, I'm not a big fan of pay-per-view, but I really don't mind it. However, I'm a low-key annoyed by spam here. Missed the good old chat. Almost everyone's chat makes sense. Yeah, when we only had sort of 30 people commenting or watching, the chat was a little easier to navigate. No spam bots. So December 3 is a Thursday, like 161, says Leonardo. Well, yeah, what's with these Thursday cards? Interesting. Thursday's not really an MMA day in my... Anyway. Filipino Pride, Team Lakai, says Geronimo. Indeed.
I'm back.
Told
you it'd only be 2 minutes.
Very good.
Got a Red Bull.
December 3, Saturday. So it's not a Thursday. It's a Saturday, apparently. Can someone confirm this? Is it a Thursday or a Saturday?
That's pretty easy to figure out. I mean, there's this handy invention called a calendar that was invented thousands of years ago.
I'm clicking it.
The 3rd of December is a Saturday. Yes.
Okay.
So that makes sense.
Okay. It's a Saturday. We put that debate to bed. Good work as always, guys, says Noda. I know you don't need assurance from me, but still got to say what needs to be said.
You know what? I actually do need assurance from you. I need assurance from everybody. I crave validation constantly. It's always nice to hear.
No, I'm happy you're enjoying it. And we have come back with 2 bangers of fight companions. We had 50,000 views last week, Tom, and we're already surpassed. It's not last week, last month. We're already at about 70,000 today, and we're at 28,345 subscribers. Picked up about 350 subscribers already today.
Welcome to the newcomers.
Let's see if we can't get to 28,500. If you haven't already, subscribe. You know where that button is.
Tonley looks very fired up, very happy to be here, but I don't know, man.
You have a feeling, don't you?
He looks a bit gaunt or something. I don't really know what it is. He looks just a bit different to me, like he maybe had a tougher time getting his weight down or something. I'm not sure. I really don't know what it is, but
I think he just enjoys beating people up. And
there's no doubt about that. And I'm a huge Tonley fan. I love talking to him. Like he's probably one of my favorite fighters to watch because he finishes all of his fights. I mean, what's not to like? It's more, I'm not making a prediction. It's more worry. Like something just seems amiss. I hope everything's all right with Tonley, and I hope he gives us a great performance here, win or lose.
Yeah, Shimazu, I agree with you. One's been putting on shows on YouTube for a decade, but they're expanding. Got to sustain their company. Yeah, I think it's the next step. I just have a problem with the pricing of the pay-per-views. I don't mind paying what I've paid today, which was $72 Hong Kong for 2 shows. That's less than $10 for 2 shows. I think that's a great deal, like $5 each. I think I was chatting with Michael about this when he told me the UK prices was £32 or something. I said, should be a $5, make £5.
They probably get a ton of buys
down
that way.
£5 for something. Yeah,
that's basically free.
It's like that's a pint in the UK.
All right, Thanh actually looks like he's in really good shape. I take back everything I said.
MMA fan 420 says, you guys have the most spot-on MMA takes, some of them. Not boring at all, refreshing to hear knowledgeable people. I think that's Tom, mostly MMA fan. I just bring the entertainment value and the eye candy,
Yeah, Nick's the heartthrob. I'm like the geeky one. Yeah, we all have our roles. Sex God used to be the heartthrob, but he's abandoned us. So
we're missing a few people. It'd be good to get John back sometime. And Leon, I want to see Leon.
I'd love to get Leon back on.
I want to see Chris. I want to see everyone. Drake the Snake.
All right, guys, now's the time. Final predictions. You can't make predictions when it's over. Do it now. Let us know in the comments who you got winning this one. Will Tonley defend the title? Will Tang Kai take the title back to China? Let us know.
Yeah, I'm a bit tense here.
This is pretty intense, man. This is it's a cliche. It's about as cliched as it gets in this sport, but this is definitely one of those fights where you don't want to blink because both of these guys are so fast and they have so much power that you really could miss something if you look away for a second. So pay close attention.
Yeah, I get it, Shimazu. I think it's going from free to £32. It's huge.
It's a jump.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Why not test the waters at £5
or even 10
and then
15?
And if you have once a year you put on a super card or whatever, then you're £10-15.
I would just love like a sliding pay-per-view scale that's based on the quality of each card. I know it'll never happen anywhere, but like it'd be great if a promotion could just acknowledge one time, hey, this one's not as good. We're not going to charge as much for this one. This one will be, the UFC when they put on a dud of a pay-per-view, instead of charging $72 or whatever it is, charge $50 for that one.
It's so cold in here.
I don't want to hear any complaints about the temperature from somebody living in Hong Kong, man. In about 2 weeks, I'm going to die if I go outside if I don't wear 7 layers. So.
We had a typhoon on Thursday again.
The big weather story here is that like apparently we're going to be skipping fall in Canada. It's just going to get cold like really quickly. Nobody's happy about that. This is going to be a good one. I think a big factor in this fight could be Tan's kicks. I think he's a much better kicker than anyone else in this division.
That's true. Yeah, Tan is just weirdly well-rounded, and no one gives him credit for it.
Mm-hmm.
They
He's really
sort of
good,
see
man.
him as a striker, but
Yeah, well,
he's
he's
got a
obviously
black belt.
you do enough rolling with Ryan Hall, you're gonna get pretty good at jiu-jitsu, I would
Yeah,
say.
yeah.
All right, man. We've been waiting a long time for this one.
We have.
Just
Is Herb? Oh no, Olivier.
I remember very vividly when Tang Kai won his fight in Tokyo, or not Tokyo, in Singapore rather, and at 1X, and made that sizzling call out of the champ.
It was sizzling.
7 months later, here we are. They're fighting.
I'm a bit nervous. My heart started
too.
fluttering. Yeah. It usually is when Timely fights.
Mm-hmm.
The Tonin one, I just had no clue what was going to happen.
Giant Red Bull is definitely not helping my heart here. I'm having heart palpitations over here. If I faint and just drop off the camera or anything, someone please call an ambulance.
I just don't want to scream really loud
Mm.
because there's a dog here which will go mad.
Last time I had like a really loud reaction to a fight was when Cheeto knocked out Dom Cruz, and I screamed at like 1 in the morning here. I definitely woke up my neighbors, man. I
screamed for the Usman Edwards on Sunday.
I actually didn't see that one live, I'm ashamed to say.
I was in a bar.
Yeah, I was at a wedding.
The whole place went nuts. You know those ones where you like grab the person next to you and you just look?
Yeah. Like Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I did a Rogan.
You can tell these guys have a lot of respect for each other. There's that kick, man. That was a sweet setup for a kick.
I think you're ahead of me.
It's possible. I've actually got it going on my phone and my Xbox on the big screen beside me.
Oh, damn.
I've got like screens everywhere, man. It's
ground control to Major Tom.
Wow, nice one, man. Nice one.
Oh, yeah.
Look how clever this guy is.
Yeah. Brains and beauty.
He's got it all.
Yeah.
The Prince of Hong Kong. This is pretty interesting, man. I think Tang Kai needs to be very careful. His hands are a bit low. He's open for an uppercut. But he's fast, man.
Oh.
For those asking how far into the fights we are,
I just hit 3 minutes.
Yeah,
I think Tom's ahead of me.
I'm at 247, 245.
So Tom's gonna spoil it.
Well, you know, the amount of times you guys have spoiled fights for me when I'm watching on the classic Canada leg, I feel like it's the least I can do.
Canada leg.
Usually in Canada, for whatever reason, I'm watching on a good like 45-second lag.
Oh, the kick.
Oh yeah, that's nice kicks there. Oh man, this is getting wild.
Yeah.
Olivier's like darting all around, trying to stay out of the way of these guys.
Oh.
I have to say, I didn't expect this fight to start so quickly. Like, I didn't expect. I mean, they're both throwing everything already.
Oh.
No fear, clearly, from either guy.
Big low kicks. Both of them landing kicks. Tom's going up high.
I think Tom wants that high kick, man. I'm telling you. Tom really is a sick striker, though, man. I don't like. He's very unusual. I guess he's from a Taekwondo background, right?
I've always liked him.
Yeah.
Even when he was on Ultimate Fighter. Oh.
Man, this is
tense.
But
it's cool to see him in a firefight again.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, that Gary Tonin matchup was awesome, but like it's nice to see Tan Le in the circle with somebody who will bang with him.
Yeah.
He caught him there with the left hand, I think. I don't know if it was super serious, but that looked like the best shot of the fight so far. Oh, man, yeah. Thales kind of found his range here, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Landed a nice right hand. He's throwing everything, man. He's got to be careful, though. Yeah, this is, man, they're both playing a bit of a dangerous game here. You got to have a lot of faith in your chin. Oh, man, yeah. Man, Tana's got crazy power.
Oh.
And that is round one in the books. Tonley wraps it up with a crazy spin that just misses. Heel just whiffed by Tang Kai's face there. Sorry to spoil it for you, Nick.
Oh, that would have been a great end.
That would have been pretty amazing.
Yeah, what do you think, everyone, of the first round?
I scored that, not that we score rounds here, but that to me, Tonley had more success. Tang Kai had a lot of success to the legs, which could, be a big factor as the fight goes on. But in the latter half of that round, the champ landed some really clean punches. Maybe not, fight-changing punches, but clean punches, the cleaner punches, I would say. Tell me why I'm wrong in the comments.
Well, like and subscribe if you haven't already. That's the message today. 28,355 subscribers. Let's get to 28,500. Let's do it.
We can do it.
Tanley's corner telling him stay calm, indeed. I hope they don't stay calm. I want to see more of that, Tom.
Yeah, that was fun. It did look like they were both getting a little kind of jittery in there, though. Like some of the hooks that Tonley was throwing he did like a left-right combo at the end there where he was just like swinging into it.
Yeah, a few people think Tanley's ahead here.
Tan's getting pretty reckless, though. Like the way he's closing distance here. I'm no expert, but it looks pretty risky to me.
Yeah, he is.
He always looks like he's going to spin, too.
Yeah, Naughty Martin when is streaming this fight live on his Facebook. I'd like to hear what he says, though.
I was just going to say, if if there's anyone I could listen to talk about this fight, he'd be near the top of the list.
Yeah, opinion is split. I think everyone's enjoying it, though.
Mm-hmm. No surprise, though, right? I mean, we were all divided on the predictions for this one, but I don't think anyone was expecting a bad fight from these two. Oh, man, that was a clever little kick there.
Oh.
Yeah, Ong, well said. Tonley is really chasing. He's like lunging in on a lot of these punches, closing the distance a little bit recklessly, I would say. But he is definitely landing the bigger shots, I think. Lee changed his stance, but he changes his stance all the time. So that may not be an indication that his leg is compromised. But maybe it is. That would certainly change everything.
Oh.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Tang Kai's having some good success here.
Oh, to the body.
Ooh. This is tense.
It is.
I'm just like waiting for something insane to happen.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. I can't speak.
Yeah. Tan has slowed down. Higher lows saying Tan has slowed down. He definitely has. Sorry, Nick.
Yeah.
I think that might be because his legs are compromised, but also it could be because his corner told him to slow down. Oh, that kick was nasty.
Oh, you can't just say that.
Well, sorry, man.
No,
I think that's the whole point. Tang Kai landed a nice kick.
Oh, it was nasty, yeah.
He's attacking both legs. Like clearly that is the plan here, to just destroy Tan's legs. And that's a really good strategy. Oh man. Also though, like Tan Lee seems like the kind of guy who's gonna keep fighting even if his legs are totally shot. Like
yeah.
And let's get real. It's not like he hasn't been leg kicked before. He's,
Oh, I might be sleeping. I'm just watching Julius. Sorry. I don't know what to say. I don't think anything I can say is going to contribute.
Tan just tried to take down, try to single leg. It didn't work.
Tom's the play-by-play guy.
I mean, I'm just kind of babbling. And we're all watching the same thing. Oh, he dropped him. Tan Lee drops Tang Kai,
Really?
but they're right back up. It may have been more of like a stumble. It was kind of hard to tell.
Ah, he's pushed him, yeah.
Still, though, you know, these are the moments that the judges are going to be watching for in a close fight.
He needed that, I think, because Tang Kai was turning up the heat, as they say.
Yeah, it's getting hot in here. Oh, man. Tan Lee's got a chin because he's eating some bombs too. I mean, he's landing a lot, but oh man, chopped down by a leg kick. Tan Lee's on his back.
Really? Oh God.
Man, this is crazy.
I hate being behind the stupid Canada.
I'm so sorry, man. I don't know what I can slow down if you want.
Yeah, what happened there? Tan Lee's staying on his back.
I think he's probably just being cautious with his get up.
You think he can't stand on the foot or the leg?
I don't know. Is it that, or are they just really good kicks? You know, is it cumulative damage, or was that just one really good kick, or both?
You tell me.
I don't think I can, man.
Yeah, empty arena again.
This is getting a little bit hairy, I have to say, for the champ. But he does have this like equalizer though. Like, I mean, if he decides things are getting a little too risky, he can just crank up the offense and, you know, potentially change everything.
He's just being a bit wild.
He seems maybe a little bit frustrated. Guys, of course, they don't score rounds in one championship, but let us know how you think this fight is going, kind of on a round-by-round basis. Who you think is kind of stealing the momentum heading into the third. I personally think that the momentum is in Tang Kai's side for sure right now. I think he's, as a lot of people seem to think in the comments, seems like he's beat up the champ's legs a little bit. And that's a big problem for a guy like Tan Lee who relies so much on movement, stance switches. You know, he fights out of that kind of like weird Taekwondo stance, relies so much on his kicks, and he's got all these kicks that come at a weird angle. So I think if his legs are ruined, that's going to be a real problem for him.
He's slowing down, isn't he? Lee Fernandez points out.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a cardio thing, as everyone knows, right? I think he's slowing down because he's gotten his legs kicked so many damn times.
Yeah, I would agree. If he was scoring rounds, I think it's 1-1. Ian Fitzgerald says going into the third. So we got 3 more rounds.
The one thing, well, there's a couple of things to remember here. First of all, when Tan Lee fought Martin, he lost the first round or two of that, I would say, right? He was getting lit up a little bit before he just turned it on and totally wiped Martin out.
He got really annoyed at me and John for saying that. Like he,
oh really?
Like he sort of jumped into a Twitter chat or something, and he said his brother, who's his coach, Vinley, was like, "What fight were you guys watching?"
Yeah, well, they weren't decisive by any means, but I just thought that, you know, and neither are these really, right? Like they're closer rounds, but he was having a little bit of trouble, and then.
Well, I watched it back, and I thought Martin was leading the first fight, but you could make a case that Tan Lee was. I think it might just be his style, you know. Oh. Yeah,
and the other thing is too, he's a really smart fighter too. So you know, there's a good chance he's going to find a way to win this, even if he's compromised.
Oh, those legs are in trouble.
They definitely are in trouble. Yeah. It's amazing how well that strategy works and how often you have these guys that look like they're unbeatable in their divisions, and so many times they're just taken out by leg kicks. It's
well, it's just yeah.
It's like such an underrated move.
I think this division is just one of those divisions that.
Oh, that was a slick little. That was some slick stuff from Tani. He slipped the kick, like kind of dipped out of range of the leg kick, and then shot in for like an ankle pick almost.
Oh yeah,
that was pretty cool. Those are the kinds of things he needs to be doing, I think, right now, because it seems like Tang Kai's feeling himself a little bit too much right now. You got to make him a little bit more uncomfortable. The takedowns are a good idea. He's checking kicks now too. That's good. Because he wasn't doing that before.
Ong says it sounds like Tan Lee isn't the best striker as he claims.
Yeah, his legs are still getting totally chopped to pieces here. But he's still moving pretty well, you know. It's like he's definitely slowed down, but it's not like he's out of the fight.
Yeah, it just looks slow, understandably.
Mm-hmm. And he's
Can't
not like
find a way through, right?
The stance switches are not as fluid as they were. I mean, hats off to Tang Kai. He came in with clearly a real strategy. Like, yeah, I think Tan needs.
But
to make
Tan's punches just seem so wild.
Yeah, they do. I think part of it is that he's having a hard time closing distance because his legs are shot. I don't know.
It's just not going to work though. That.
See, in the situations like this, I always think, you know, with my limited knowledge, if I were Tan Lee, I would hang back for like half a round here and see if I can get Tang Kai to start leading a little bit more. Good idea. See if I can pull him into a counter, you know? Because right now it's like,
there you go. Oh,
Tang Kai's landing everything, but Tan was kind of pushing the action for a lot of the time there.
Zach is backing the upset here. This will be a great upset, he says. Harold 2 says, if this continues, we're going to have a new champion. Oh, he got caught there.
Who did?
Tan Lee, I'm behind you. Ian Fitzgerald says, facts, he needs to get a lucky shot. He's losing at this rate. Yeah, he's going to be... I'd say he'd be behind on... if we're doing the rounds, 2-1.
But again, though, he is pressing the action for a lot of these sequences. Like, he's kind of getting beat in the exchanges, and he's eating a lot of kicks, but he's been, like, pushing the action for a lot of the fight, too. How much does that matter to one judges? I have no idea. Maybe a lot, right?
Is damage is the number one criteria, right?
I think so, in theory.
So I think Tang Kai's done more damage.
Definitely to the bottom half, yeah. But I think Tan Lee has definitely landed more to the head still. I wish... Oh, he got stung there by a right hand, I think. Straight right. Tan Lee did.
Yeah, Tang Kai is really doing a good job of... Yeah, he did get stung. He's getting in and getting out, isn't he, before Tan can connect.
Yeah, and like perfect example, Tan just threw like a massive overhand with no setup. I don't know what the point of that was, but like that punch is basically supposed to be a counter. That's why it's called an overhand, right? You can't just like wing those at people. They don't work that well.
Body language is big too, says Ian. I agree. JST thinks Tan Lee is going to be heading out of the ring on a stretcher. I don't know.
I sure hope not.
Yeah. Tan Lee still throwing hard, says they best of her. But Tang has great movement. The best ever. That's it.
I wonder, you know, if potentially one would look at it as a good outcome if Tang Kai wins this fight. You know, obviously he's got quite a following in China already.
Yeah, I was going to say. But I feel like they've not really pushed Zhang Jingnan that much in China, right?
But maybe, you know, maybe they think Tang Kai has something that she doesn't. You know, not all fighters are the same. Some people have some people move the needle, others don't. Sometimes it's not obvious. True. Not obvious why.
But China loves a winner. It doesn't matter who it is, I think. I mean, Zhang Weili is not the most charismatic. But
Tan looks, someone mentioned body language. I think it was Ian Fitzgerald. I think that was the name. Someone mentioned body language. Tan's body language coming out of that corner was not good, man. The look on his face, he looked like discouraged. Yeah,
but so did Leon Edwards in the fourth.
That's true, man. That's true. I mean, like, as Leon showed, right? Anything can happen in this sport. And someone mentioned lucky shot earlier. Leon's shot wasn't lucky. He set that up, you know? And if Tan Lee lands a punch here, most likely it'll be something that he sets up. So, you know.
Dwayne says Tan Lee's going to knock him out, in my opinion, or he loses. The best ever says the circle makes it hard
Okay,
to
wait.
track down the opponent like Tan.
Tan is fighting way better this round already. Way
really?
better. Yeah. Way better. He's fighting so much smarter now. He's cutting off the cage. He's jabbing. That's good to see.
Oh. It just got interesting.
We'll see if it lasts, though, right? I mean, it's only going to take another leg kick or two, I think, for him to kind of like reconsider.
Ong is really, putting the knife in and twisting it here with Tan.
I don't know. I think Tan's doing a lot better here. Oh, man, it almost looked like he hurt himself on that kick.
Lee Fernandez thinks a new champ will be crowned unless a KO comes. But yeah, as Tom says, Tanley looking a lot better right now.
But we'll see if that continues, right? Like it's easy to look good in the first 30 seconds of a round where you're a little bit refreshed, and like you've just gotten some fresh advice from your corner, a little bit of inspiration maybe, but then you get back in there and your legs start getting chewed up again. The game plan is going to disintegrate pretty quickly. So we'll see if Tan can kind of continue.
Yeah, it's better when Tan moves forward, as Doxit says, but as Tom says, yeah. Has he already run out of that energy burst again?
See, like even since the beginning of the round, he's not pushing the way he was when the round started. He was like pawing out with the jab. It almost wasn't even a jab. He was just kind of keeping his hand out, cutting off the cage really well. Like that's what he needs to be doing. Oh, Tan Lee just got buckled.
Really?
Oh, and now Tang Kai attacking with the guillotine.
Oh, damn.
Into top position.
Oh, he did.
Oh, man. Tang Kai's being mean, man. He is kicking those legs, man. That is nasty.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Lee just got dropped.
This is crazy.
Zach thinks Tanley is aging.
Oh, down goes Tan again. I think that was more of a tumble, though.
Old.
Yeah, at this point, if Tan is going to win this fight, I think it's going to have to be with some like real veteran slickness, Oh, yeah. Boy. What an exchange. Oh, Tan's just getting lit up, but he's firing back and he's landing. This may not last. Oh. This may not go to this round at this point. What round did Tan beat Martin in? Was that 3 or 4? I can't remember.
3.
Right.
And I felt like that one came out of nowhere, kind of. But he'll tell you he was setting it up. But
okay, so Tan tries a takedown. Oh, it didn't look so good, and then it did. I mean, he's still in this fight. He's still making things happen.
But Tang Kai seems to be able to get up very easily from these.
Tang Kai seems like he's a step ahead and just like way fresher. I mean, look at how he's bouncing. His legs are fine, and Tan's aren't.
It's that Tiger Muay Thai.
It's something, man.
Yeah, Tang Kai trains with Peter Yan, Fabricio Andrade, Rafael Fiziev. Need I say more?
No, fair enough. Yeah, Dwayne, I agree. I think right now what Tan needs to do is like focus on cutting off the cage and just like, I mean, it's obviously so much easier said than done when your legs are toast and you're getting punched in the head over and over again. And obviously Tang Kai is doing a good job of controlling the center, but I think, yeah, we all agree right now that like Tan needs to put the pressure on him, make it harder for him to breathe.
Well, looks like we're going to the 5th round. I don't think many people predicted this, Tom.
I sure didn't. In fact, I think I said it right before this fight that there's and down he goes again. I think I said right before this that there's no way this goes to the judges, but maybe it will.
Well, that's just a weird one. Okay, he needs a little bit of a Hail Mary, you would think.
Yeah, and oh man, a stumble at the end of the round there too. Tang Kai's
saying Kai's got great cardio. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say this is like he's showing himself to be a real all-rounder in this fight, right? We've seen already that he can knock people out. He proved that in his last fight, but he's showing that he can easily go 5 rounds here and not just 5 rounds. 5 rounds in a pretty tough fight where both guys are throwing heavy shots. Neither guy's going to be feeling great heading into this final round, I'm sure. Even Tang Kai. But he's really kind of proving himself here. In a way, a decision is more valuable sometimes than a knockout, because you show you can go the distance and maintain control of a fight for the duration. Tang Kai's really looking good in this fight, man.
Yep, I think we're going to have a new champion, unless Thales does something spectacular, Leon Edwards style here.
I mean, he's got to know. He knows what he has to do, right?
Harold agrees with me.
He's
Looks
not a
tired,
dummy.
needs a KO. 3-1 says Ian. Yep. 5 minutes left, indeed.
Yeah, Tan is a smart guy. Like I'm sure he's well aware of where he's at in this fight.
But it looks like Tang Kai could go 10 rounds, whereas I
He really
think
does, which is
Hanley is on his last legs.
he doesn't look
almost
the least
literally.
bit tired, man. It's very impressive.
But I mean, you never know who's scoring things how, and
That's true. That's true. We have seen some shady decisions in this promotion and others. It just kind of comes with the territory in MMA. Damn, man. Tan's just kind of been like outfought. Just has never been able to get going.
yeah, maybe you were right, Tom. There was something off about him all week. I mean,
it wasn't anything. His face just looked a little bit more like I don't know how to say it without. I don't want to sound mean.
Yeah.
He just looked a little bit sunken in, sort of like a little bit depleted. Like I don't know if he maybe had like a cold or something, or if he had a bit of a tough time getting his weight down, as I said, or something. But just his face just looked a little bit less full in fight week, and usually that's a sign that they're having a tough cut. Obviously, the weight cutting's a little different in one championship, but
I mean, I don't think it is.
yeah, I just didn't want to say it, but
Yeah, I've been seeing a few videos this week. Amir Khan put a video of himself in like a sweatsuit. Oh. On a treadmill.
Well, I mean, it's never been a secret that
it.
one fighter's cut a bit of weight. The idea with the hydration thing is stopping them from cutting too much weight, right? Because if you cut too much, then you fail the hydration test. But if you cut 3 or 4 pounds, then in theory you could still pass the hydration test.
I think I would fail the hydration test right now. I haven't had a San Mig Light for a while.
All I've had to get one after coffee and Red Bull. Be bouncing off the walls.
Yeah, everyone in the chat seems to think we got a new champ here.
Except for this most recent comment here. And still, that might be wishful thinking, my friend. We'll see, though.
I like this from Dwayne. Yeah, he's going to need the Jones v. Reyes refs to pull out the decision.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, and the problem now, too, is like he's not even really leading anymore. Oh, he dropped him.
No way.
He did. But oh man, is he tired? That was like he dropped him and then looked like
that looks like
exhausted.
A slip.
Yeah. He landed though. Less than 2 minutes, Tan Lee. Now's the time. His hands have gotten quite a bit lower too.
Yeah, body language is big here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll see. Is it better if one have a Chinese or American champion? Yeah,
Tan is still countering pretty nicely in some situations here, but it's just I don't know how much crack he has left in his hands.
Oh.
Yeah, it's hard to say if it's better for one to have a Chinese or American champ. I guess in a perfect world, they'd probably have a few of both, right? So they could kind of push into both markets.
It's very difficult to push into China right now with anything. So I don't know how much they can capitalize on Tang Kai. Because it's only really a thing if you can go to China and do an event, right?
Right,
Get a big crowd there. But
although, I mean, they had the pre-fight media conference call with him that had all the Chinese media on it and stuff. Like it seemed like there was, some buzz at least.
Yeah,
Bob Sponge thinks Thanh Le should wrestle. I think he should have started wrestling or trying to wrestle in round 2, maybe. I think at this point that's out of the question. I don't think he's going to complete a takedown at this point. He's going for it, though. This is about to be
30 seconds.
Thanh Le's first trip to a decision, I think. Oh, he tagged him.
No way.
He did. He's back up, but I mean, that's the thing about Thanh Le, man.
Oh,
he got stung there at the end, though, too.
Oh.
All right. I don't want to hear too much trash talking about Thanh Le because, it wasn't his best performance.
He's going for it here.
He gave it everything in that one. There's no denying that he was trying.
Good finish, but as they say, is it too little, too late, Tom?
Yeah, it looks like he knows. He just did a little head shake there to his brother. I think, yeah, and look at him down on the ground there. I think he knows what's about to happen potentially. Thanh Le's a really, he's a very discerning guy. I think he's a realist. I don't expect I think he knows.
But you don't want to do this if the judges still haven't made up their mind, right?
That's true, exactly, right?
But the Tang Kai is also kind of just.
I mean, like the replay. The replay is painting a pretty clear picture of the fight.
Yeah, Thanh Le was expecting Tang to brawl, didn't prepare for this style, says Harold. That might be accurate.
Yeah, I mean, he was really a sharpshooter. Very accurate.
Yeah. I think Thanh Le will think he messed up.
Nick, should I grab some quotes here? What do you think?
Yeah, sure. Go for
I'm
it.
gonna mute my mic for a minute.
Do you want to do this fight?
Yeah, sure. I'll take myself right out of this stream here and be right back.
Can you add the Muay Thai fight as well? If we have, I can't remember if we did it. Anyway,
I already added that one, Nick.
Oh, cheers. Yeah. Let us know. A lot of people saying Tang Kai won. I think we're gonna have a new champion. Yeah, Tang Kai clearly won the fight, says Lee. Damage inflicted, aggression. Tang Kai by unanimous decision, says Percy. Great fight, says MMA fan 420. Lee and Chandler look like they have the same dads, but different moms. Ian Fitzgerald says Kai must have been watching Izzy when he was in China, leg kick and dip. Oh, yeah. A lot of people don't know Israel Adesanya's China days. We covered it on SCMP. Anyway, here we go. Yeah, we got a unanimous decision. There it is. New champion, Tang Kai. There it is. He did it. He did it. Tang Kai, congratulations. That was a good fight. Thanh Le will be disappointed, though, I think, in his performance. He'll be very disappointed. He'll feel he did not give his best. He is 36, but I think Thanh Le could come back. It's not the end for him by a long shot. Knowing him, he will come back. And with one win in this division, he could get a rematch for sure. But I think Tang Kai is going to have maybe Martin Nguyen next. If Martin can get another win, Martin says he's just signed a fight. So we don't know who it is. Some rumors it could be Eddie Alvarez, which would be interesting, if Eddie goes down to featherweight, if he beats Martin Nguyen, he gets a title shot immediately. Interesting. But congrats, says No to Lee. Come on, Christian. You got to win now. Let's not make it a bad night for me. Yeah, we got still one more fight coming up. Christian Lee, Rae-yoon, lightweight title. Sorry, I'm just watching the interview. Okay, yeah, new champion. If you've just tuned in, we have a new featherweight MMA champion in one championship. His name is Tang Kai. China has a first male champion in one championship history. Tang Kai, training out of Tiger Muay Thai in Thailand. Very good gym, great pedigree, of course. Yes, Lee Fernandez says Tanley didn't expect those leg kicks. I think that's it, really. The game plan. Tan was expecting Tang Kai to brawl, as I think Lee said earlier, or someone said in the chat. Bob Sponge backing Oak to finish. Christian. Kai really made history tonight, says Julius. Indeed, he did. This will be a great lesson to Tanley. Expectations versus reality, says Zach. Very deserved win for Tang Kai, says Shimazu Takuma. That was a nice 5 rounds. I'm sad for Tan, says Dwayne. Sucks to see him lose. Yeah, he's a very nice guy. I picked him to win, but I haven't seen this side of Tang Kai before, and I think he had youth on his side. He had a much better game plan. He looked fresher throughout. Interestingly, Tanley kind of poured it on right at the end, seemed to go for broke. If it had gone another round, who knows, but very deserved win. Tanley's a lot tougher, says Tang Kai, than I expected. I want to thank him for putting on a great show. I didn't expect at his age, in his 30s, he still has such great stamina. Really respect this opponent. Can you speak Burmese? I'm sorry, Ashai. I cannot. My Burmese is rusty, just like my Cantonese. Noda says, I can't even say it's controversial. Let's come back stronger. With that being said, is lightweight still the best weight class, or is featherweight coming close? Yeah, interesting. I think this division now is getting very interesting. I still think lightweight might take it, but yeah, the stacked divisions in one for men's MMA. Got to be lightweight, featherweight. I think flyweight's very stacked as well, and strawweight, bantamweight as well. All of them, just not the higher weight classes. What were the odds on the Tan versus Tang fight? I don't know. Tanley has the height for lightweight. Yeah, he could go up. You never know. If that weight cut was tough, it might be a good idea for him. He did talk about wanting to go for the lightweight title. He wanted to fight Christian Lee before Christian lost the belt. It's one of those things, though. Yeah, it kind of puts a few dream fights in pieces now, because I really wanted to see that against Superbon mixed rules fight, which I asked. Superbon told me he wanted that fight when we were in Bangtao. I guess that's not happening now. It's a shame. Maybe Superbon versus Tang Kai. Who knows? Anyway, here in the Philippines, it's free to watch, says Bob Sponge. Is it on? What's the network called there? I forgot. I think if you have a TV deal, you can probably see it on TV. But in countries without TV deals, you seem to have to pay for this pay-per-view. First male MMA champion from China in one. I'm in Ireland. Anybody have a streaming site? Well, let JJ know. You can watch it, JJ, if you want to pay on watch.onefc.com. But I probably wouldn't pay if I was you if there's one fight left. Not to discourage you. Damn, the featherweight division has been shaken up, says Doc. Said, I agree, 100%. Is one keeping their YouTube channel for their numbered card? I think this is a numbered card, Percy. So I don't know. It's a new era. No more free fights. Sad day. But I'm happy. Yeah, I think it's time to see one turn a profit, make revenue. You can't be a startup forever. That's the thing. Anyway, Tom should be back soon. I will just give an update. We have cruised towards 28,378 subscribers. Let's get to 28,400. Come on, we can do it tonight. And we have hit 77,000 views. That's incredible. Thank you, everyone watching. I know most of those views are probably because people were trying to tune in for what they thought was one championship, 160. But it wasn't. It was two white blokes talking. All right. Hope we've still entertained you. Tom will be back soon. Oh, look at this card. Zhang Jingnan, Angela Lee, Superbon Chingers, Stamp Jihin, Martin Nguyen versus Ilya Freymandi. Okay. Freymanov. I've never heard of that person. Doesn't even have a picture. Timothy Nastyukin versus Halil Amir. Never heard either. Some new blood in one. Good to see. They've announced a couple fights there. Martin Nguyen is back. I guess that's why he's streaming. But should Martin get a title shot with another win if it's not a top 5? I'd like to see Martin Nguyen against Gary Tonin. And the winner can have a shot at Tang Kai. But that's not happening. Martin has an opponent there. Yeah, Dark Sid, very surprised by the outcome. Now we have Lee versus Oak. What can happen next? Noda says Martin streaming Facebook. He should have told me $20 down the drain. I feel Martin's going to get some blowback for that, but good luck to him. Yeah, it's on cable TV in the Philippines, so I can't remember the name of the network there, but Dwayne Torres thinks Alazov's going to beat Superbon. I don't know. I'm picking Superbon for that, but I picked Tanley there and I got it wrong. Matt, I love your shirt. Thank you, Matt. I'll tell my girlfriend. I think she likes this one as well. I bought this one in England. What's happening to Bula versus Malakin? It's going to be September, Dark said. It will be 161, I think, the main event. So September 28th, I think it's a Thursday. I may have that wrong. It's all pretty confusing right now. So many dates, events, different event names. I think I've got that right. Looking forward to it. That September doubleheader. Yeah, that looks like it's going to be really fun. I said it earlier. I'm going to try to get out there. Hong Kong's still being a little difficult with hotel quarantines, but I'll do 3 days in a hotel to see the Zhang Jingnan Angela Lee trilogy for sure. Martin's back, but will Marty Party be back? You never know. Martin looked really good in his last fight, I thought, and he seemed to rediscover that carefree spirit that tore through the featherweight division. He seemed to get inside his head a little bit after the Tan Lee defeat, and I'd like to see Martin v. Kim Jae-young rematch. They both, Kim's coming off the knockout to Tang Kai. Martin might feel he could win that fight again. I don't really understand this matchup, but whatever. It is what it is. It was 161 before, but now it's Tawanchai versus Pet Marcotte. They changed the name again. Make up your minds, guys. Come on. Right. Here we go. Main event time. I'm hoping Tom comes back soon. Um, oh wow. Okay. Just got some news. Deal with that later. All right. Yeah, just saw some news. Some big news. But we're busy. We've got to do Christian Lee and Oak Rae-yoon right now. It's gonna be interesting. Tell us who you got in the chat. I'm still going with Christian Lee. I was wrong with Thales. So, yep, like I always say, don't listen to me. I think a lot of people here picking Christian. Am I wrong? A lot of love for Oak as well. Yeah, Noda makes a good point. Too much expansion maybe won't do one good. This is getting complicated. A lot of events, a lot of different event names, different start times, yeah, different days. It'd be cool to have a nailed down format, but whatever. We'll see what works for them. JV Hornos says Lee will get his revenge and be crowned as the new champ. How do you think he's going to do it? Let us know. Predict the finish. If you haven't already, give us a like.
I'm back.
Subscribe. Tom's back.
What's up, everyone? What did I miss? Did a title change or something?
I need to urinate. Yeah, I'm like the last 5 minutes. I've been like this. All right.
Oh man, sorry to keep you waiting.
No,
go nuts.
Worth it.
All right, guys. I'm sure you covered all of this just now with Nick, but let me know what you thought of that fight. That was a pretty perfect performance from Tang Kai, I think. As I've said several times, and as I said during that fight, I think sometimes for a young fighter like him, a decision win is actually more valuable than another flashy knockout, because we already knew he could knock people out, right? But seeing him outfight a champion like Thanh Le for 5 rounds, maintain control of the matchup, stick to the game plan, not get tired, these are, to me, a bigger indication of his potential than another knockout would have been. I think this performance was really an indication that Tang Kai has a very bright future, and he's only 26, which is incredible. So I've updated that article on SCMP. If you want to read about the fight, I got the quotes there if you want to revisit it. Tang Kai, of course, very respectful of Thanh Le, if anyone missed the quotes. Why does Lee look fatigued? I didn't really think he did. I thought Thanh Le did a little bit before the fight, but I certainly trust Christian Lee to come into this fight in impeccable shape, given how badly he wanted this opportunity. Yeah, people, this is pretty cool. Tang Kai is an amazing fighter, and I'm glad to see that people are taking notice. And Thanh Le talked a lot about wanting to win over some Chinese fans by beating Tang Kai, and I think maybe what will end up happening instead is that Tang Kai will win over some American fans by beating Thanh Le, which is cool to see, because I mean, this is a great fighter, and I love to see him get some support. Oak or Lee, who are you rooting for? I'm not rooting for anybody. Apparently, that you're not supposed to do that as a journalist. So I tried to avoid throwing my support behind anybody in particular. But I'm happy to make a prediction. I think that Christian Lee will win this fight. I thought he won the fight the first time around. He did more. He landed more takedowns. I thought he landed the better shots. Having said that, Oak just has this kind of style, I think, that is really hard to win against. He's long. He controls distance really well. He can be the aggressor. He can be the counter fighter. I think he's just kind of a really frustrating guy to fight. He doesn't resemble Lyoto Machida at all, his fighting style. Like, they're totally different. But in a way, it kind of reminds me of that, where guys just seem to have a hard time getting a read on him because His style's a bit unusual, perhaps compared to what they're used to. But I assume that that Christian Lee has done a whole hell of a lot of tape study, and will be ready for Rae-yoon's kind of unique style of fighting in this rematch. We're about to find out, though. That's the great thing. Yeah, and that's just the nature of the beast, right, Noda? Sometimes these champs look like they're just not going to lose to anybody. They look unbeatable, and then suddenly we're reminded of the really the higher truth in MMA, that nobody's unbeatable and that anybody can get knocked silly on any given night. So, that's we always got to remember that, I guess. Let me know your predictions, guys. A lot of people actually calling for Tang Kai versus Chimaev. They're in like different weight classes. And Chimaev's barely a welterweight. Let's get real. That guy's huge. Tang Kai would be small for the UFC welterweight division. So I don't know about that. Why not? I don't fully understand this question, Edgelord. What time is this card? I mean, the card's on right now. Are you talking about the Prime Video card? That's on tomorrow. What's up, Nikki? Back?
I'm just listening and chuckling some of these.
Yeah, that's how I was feeling when I was listening to you, man. I kept laughing, man. There's some funny people in this chat. This would be a great matchup. Martin Nguyen against Tang Kai. I think actually at this point, a rematch between Martin and Thanh Le would make a lot of sense, because they had that first fight that was, while pretty decisive in the end for Thanh Le, was very good while it lasted. I'd love to see a rematch of that one, but it does sound like Martin's already got a fight signed against somebody. So maybe, if he wins or if he loses that fight, we can see him fight a fellow former champ in Thanh Le next. I would like to see that, I think. All right. Some of these comments are a little long. I'm just trying to read them before I put them on the screen. So apologies if I get quiet for a second. I'm just making sure nobody's saying anything heinous before I throw it on the screen. Yeah, Noda, well said. There's definitely an argument for Oak winning the first fight, which he did. But as you said, man, this is the time to answer all the questions. We've had questions since the moment that first fight ended, and hopefully by the time this one's over, we'll have the answers we've been seeking. Then again, this is MMA. We may have more questions after this. Who knows? Oak going to do some acrobatics. Maybe so. He's an athletic guy. Yeah. Okay. Edgelord, the Prime Video card, that's not for another 12 hours or so. There's 2 cards this weekend. We're in the last fight. We're in the last fight of the first one right now. Just wrapping up the first one. The second one will be live in a little less than 12 hours. I think it starts at 8 o'clock Singapore time, Saturday morning. So, yeah, you got some waiting to do for that one. You want to tune back. If you're in North America, you want to tune back in tonight on Prime Video. Alcy, good question. I got to go with Herb Dean versus Olivier. I don't know what Olivier's combat sports background is, but Herb Dean did have some fights back in the day. Not a great record. I think he was like 1-3 or something, but can't understate that cage experience. Yes, Jihin versus Stamp. I don't know if that's been like announced yet.
Yeah, they just said it on the broadcast.
Oh,
yeah.
nice. I missed that. That's great. Sometimes Nick and I get, some of this information a day or two beforehand. It can be very difficult to keep our mouths shut about these fights because they're so exciting and we want to talk about them. So it's
yeah, I wanted to talk about that one.
Yeah. But yeah, that's going to be a great fight. And I think Jihan has a real shot of winning that one. I've been really impressed by her in her last couple of fights. Edgelord with the great name. I agree. We've kind of been lamenting this fact a little bit over the last few days. I think a lot of people were a bit confused about the arrangement this weekend with the 2 cards operating in 2 different time zones, 1 in the morning, 1 at night. It's all very confusing. I don't know what one could have done to make it more straightforward for everybody, but hopefully everybody catches the fights they wanted to see. Nobody misses anything they were really hoping to see. Reminder again, if you're hoping to see Demetrius Johnson and Adriano Moraes fight, that's later. That's tonight in Singapore, Saturday morning in Singapore, Friday evening in the United States and Canada and Mexico and Brazil and wherever else you might be tuning in from the Americas.
Phew. There we go. 79,000 views on this stream.
Not
Love
bad.
it. Not bad at all.
Not bad.
Let's get 15 more subscribers. Come on, we can do it.
Yeah,
Or
I mean,
16. Then with 28,400, not
hit
a bad
that subscribe button. All of
Yeah.
you that are new here, if you haven't subscribed yet, it's a good channel to subscribe to. We do more than these fight companions. You subscribe to us, you get one championship interviews, you get podcasts, you get the whole 9 yards. So don't make a mistake you'll regret forever. Click that subscribe button. All right.
Yeah, I got some interesting news there, Tom. I'll try and share it with you.
All right. All right, here we go. This fight feels vaguely familiar. I can't explain it. I feel like I've seen this one before. What do we think of Dan Tom? Dan Tom's a great analyst. He's one of the more reliable guys in the sport, I'd say, for analysis. He knows what the hell he's watching, and it's really interesting to read his stuff. And I feel like I learn a lot about the nuances of MMA when I read his analysis or watch his breakdowns and whatnot. He's awesome. Hats off to him.
He is, yeah.
Great last name too.
Okay. Are we gonna have a crazy finish?
Christian's already pushing. He's attacking the legs too, which I think is actually a really good strategy against Rae-yoon. Oh, he tagged him right there. I'm thinking Christian has a bit of a chip on his shoulder in this one.
Yeah,
he seems like he's not. I don't think has any interest in dealing with the judges in this matchup.
I don't see Oak getting finished.
Yeah, I don't know. I can see him maybe getting submitted or something. He's obviously got a chin, but Christian can win by submission too, right? So, cool to see both guys chopping at the legs here. I think for Christian, that's like going to be really crucial because Oak moves so well, and you've seen him kind of confound guys before. Eddie Alvarez couldn't really figure him out. Was just kind of missing him a lot. Christian as well. So if you can slow him down, I mean, it worked on Thanh Le. In theory, it would work on Rae-yoon too.
Yeah, Christian seems pressured, says Noda.
I'm thinking Christian's doing great at like pressuring Oak right now.
Oak is too slick for Lee, though, says the best ever.
I'm not sure about that. I think Christian's pretty slick, and I think he's got a big power advantage.
Oak has some good kicks to the legs. Thanks, PJ Mans.
Christian seems to be liking this this little left hook he's throwing over and over again. Oh man, Christian's pouring it on.
Oh, damn it, you're ahead of me.
Sorry, man.
It's all right. Yes,
PJ's not liking Lee's striking. I think Lee's looking pretty good. He's definitely whiffing a bit, but he's I think he knows what he's doing. I mean, he's not Anderson Silva, but I'd say he's doing all right. It looks like maybe there's already a bit of like marking on Oak's forehead, like maybe some swelling even. It's hard to tell. I'll check the big screen. Nick, did you make a prediction for this one?
Yeah, I went with Christian. Sorry, I just had to block someone.
Yes, I saw that guy.
Yeah. It's so weird that people find pleasure in doing that.
Yeah.
I know. Just a humble stream here. Doing our thing. I went for Christian Lee, yes. And I think I'm feeling a little vindicated right now in this first 3 minutes, but Oak just doesn't look like he doesn't know what to do, right? There's just so much coming at him. He's kind of trying to figure out Christian Lee.
Yeah, but it's early in the fight, and Oak strikes me as a very strategic guy. Oh, he dropped him. Oh, grounded knees. Oh, man. Christian is vicious.
Oh,
I'm kind of amazed that Oak survived that. A few of those looked like they landed right on the top of the head too, but what do I know? Oh, down he goes again. Man, Christian Lee is whooping his ass right now, I have to say. Pardon my language, but this Christian seems like he's really not keen on seeing what the judges think about this fight, because I think
Oak's resilient though, I tell you.
Yeah, and Christian
just shrugs it off.
Obviously the concern is, that he's going to gas himself out, but oh man, what a combo from Christian. That was pretty slick. They were mostly blocked, but it's like 3 right hands in a row.
But that's what Christian did in the first fight. He gassed himself out. But the good thing for him is he's had a year to work on his strength and conditioning, right?
Yeah, I guess his hope is just to like keep the pressure on and just batter him for 5 rounds. Let's see if he can do it.
It's not something you can fix in 2 months.
No,
he's had a year.
Oh my God, man. He's really pouring it on here. This is pretty. Oak's already looking a bit, man, he's looking actually quite compromised here. His hands are way down. That spin he just did, like that weird counter.
Yeah.
That was, I mean, we're talking about Lee gassing. That's a real risk too, but
that's a 10-8 if it's,
yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's a good chance though that Oak Rae-yoon will gas too. It's not easy to like, fight a good fight when you're getting beat up like that.
PJ says Lee's already gassed. He's not applying the same pressure.
I'm thinking PJ's not a big Lee fan.
Oak looks more gassed as Dwayne.
Yeah, I mean, Oak looked terrible at the end of that round.
JV confident we're going to get another new champion.
I mean, like some of those sequences from Christian, not everything was getting through, but just that can't be comfortable if you're the guy on the receiving end of that.
Lee does look pretty tired already, says Michael Owens.
He definitely does look tired, but I think definitely Oak looks worse for the wear.
Oak just eats shots. Can he do it for 4 more rounds, though, says Doc said. Yeah, that's the thing. That was the first fight. It's the same thing's happening. Do you remember that bit where Christian just sat on his back for like a minute? Yeah, Oak does look.
But I mean, Oak's looks a lot better than he did when he went into his corner already.
Yeah.
He's
tough, yeah, as Lee says.
And people like the signs of being tired. Of course, anyone's going to be tired after a round like that. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to fade. He may be able to do this for 5 rounds and just look tired doing it. It's
that wasn't that the Homer Simpson tactic.
Yeah, but it's like, oftentimes some people kind of hide their exhaustion a little better than others,
Didn't expect this from Christian, says Dwayne, but his striking's doing works. This will end in round 3, thinks JV.
Jab will be the new champ. Was really nice from Christian. Oh, down he goes again. Oh man. How is this still? It's over. That's done, man. Yeah, sorry for the spoiler, Nick.
No, you spoiled it.
That was like a mugging, man.
Really?
That looked like something that would happen in a back alley somewhere. That was pretty brutal, that finish.
He did it. 2nd round.
Wow.
Christian Lee.
That was pretty savage, I have to say, man. He did not want to go to the judges in that one.
Was that a sucker kick?
Yeah.
Can you do that in one?
I think he was on his knees. If he can't, that's going to be some classic Christian Lee shenanigans.
Yeah.
The getting DQ'd for that slam once, then I think that was all on the level.
Leads to the ground should be illegal, says Bob Sponge.
That was a cool little combo there. The Superman punch.
He just set down the haters. Yeah. Lee didn't need to cheat either. Oh,
that was nasty, man. And I think those were all clean, man.
It's this though. Is there a soccer kick?
I don't know. It looked like a knee.
Okay, yeah.
I think it was like intended as a knee at least, right?
Yeah,
like it's kind of, there is that gray area where like you throw something that's intended as a knee and the guy moves his head and suddenly it's a kick,
That was very, very one-sided.
Interesting look on Chatri's face here.
Yeah, he's not happy.
Trying not to read into that, but
Yeah.
maybe he's just had a long night.
He knows he's got to be back in like 6 hours.
Yeah. Lee Fernandez, what can we say about those kicks? What do you mean? Like, are you asking us to say something about those kicks? Are you kind of curious about the legality of them? Or do you mean more like, what can you say about kicks like that? They're good. I don't understand the question.
Chatri looks knackered. Straight out the ring.
JV called it, apparently.
I thought he was going to win. I didn't think it would be that dominant. So hats off to Christian Lee.
Well, this is the real question, I think, then, right? Because, there definitely would have been grounds for a trilogy if that had been remotely competitive. But
not right now.
Do we need to see that again after that, right?
No, Oak's going to have to beat a couple of dudes pretty badly.
And also, the dude just got his orbital patched up. It's yeah. Angry Christian, man. That's not a guy I would want to spend any time in the circle with.
Well, yeah, right. Christian Lee back on top.
Should I grab some quotes here, Nick?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
I'll
you entertain the mass.
Yeah, for sure. Entertain the masses. Yeah, very interesting. I thought we were going to have another 5 rounds there, actually, just like the co-main. I didn't see Rae-yoon. It didn't look right, did he? Christian Lee looked fantastic, the best he's ever looked. I think maybe a year off did him good. He had been pretty active for, I think he had 3 or 4 fights in 1 year in 2021. Yeah. So good for Christian maybe to get a little rest. Became a dad, didn't he? Might have done him some good just to have some time with the family. You can see his kid there. But he's 24. It's scary. The Christian Lee hype train's back on the rails. I do think he was pound for pound, maybe arguably number 1 in the company until he lost the belt. So he's put himself right back in that conversation. I do think the Ritter is untouchable in that spot, but Christian is now back in that top 3, maybe top 4 with Moraes. Who else? DJ? I don't know. DJ's got to beat Moraes tomorrow. But it's weird because DJ's DJ, but you know what I mean. Anyway. Grounded knees. It looked like a couple of kicks, or shins, A good stoppage. Anyway, Lee proved his point, says the best ever. Nick, are you familiar with Jada Ketley? Yeah, I am. I was friends with her for a few weeks in Bangtao. We hung out. I interviewed her. We have an interview with her on the channel. From I think it was in May. If you want to scroll back after this show ends, of course. Yeah, Jada's lovely. She was gonna fight. Funny story. She was gonna fight when I was there. I think we were gonna go up to Hua Hin, and then the promotion emailed her. It was like, "Oh yeah, just reminding you, your fight is next month," and she thought they told her the wrong date basically for the fight, so she did the weight cut and was ready to go, and then a few days before they realized they messed up, so canceled the fight. But yeah, she's great. She's a very promising fighter. Yeah, check out the interview. Oh well, Lee's still a crybaby, says Chaz. Got overwhelmed by the early pressure. Still sad for Tan, says JV. Hope he'll be back soon. It's putting your game plan into action. Lee and Oak didn't expect Tang and Lee's aggression, says Lee Fernandez. That's correct. Dwayne Torres says, I need an update on Rittewada. I feel bad for him. Yeah, that was a really scary knockout. Noda Lee says, Ong versus Okamani is happening, by the way. Yeah, I mean, looks like they're lining that up for Tokyo if that show happens. Tom seemed to cast some doubt on Tokyo. But Ong La Sang himself put an Instagram post saying there's a show in Tokyo and I want to fight you, Yushin Okami, on that show in October or something like that. I'm not sure if they said October, but yeah, I would love to get the chance to go to Tokyo again. Here's a card. Hopefully that card is held together overnight. Nothing else happens. Alan Bones Jones in the house. There he is. ABJ. What's up, Alan? Damn, Lee really dominated that, says Dark Sid. Good morning of fights, the best ever. I agree. Do you think the overhand hit the back of the head? I don't know. I don't see Oak complaining about it. Maybe he will. Hopefully tonight is just as fun. Losing Rodtang really hurts. Yeah, and losing Haggerty as well, even in midweek. Luckily, they still got enough on there, I think. The main two fights have held together, which is good. What's going to happen? Wait, what happened to Suplek versus Gonsalves? I think it's on the lead card, Dark Sid. I mean, it should be on the main card. I hope so. Please don't tell me that's off either. Ong Lee tried to knee the grounded opponent, but hit with the shin, which is accidentally illegal. Yeah, I thought a couple of those shots veered close to soccer kicks. Chevello says legal. I don't know. I'm not going to moan about it. I think Christian deserved that wholeheartedly. Did one adopt Pride's rule set? Yeah, exactly. That's just going to fuel the Christian Lee haters, isn't it? You know, everyone says the Lee family get away with everything. You know, Angela had the suplex. Christian actually got penalized for a suplex, though, and the fight was overturned. So it goes both ways. It was main card, but now it's gone, seems like, says Ego Kind. Oh, I hope not. I really hope not. That card has already suffered enough. Yeah, I think Christian would have won anyway, even if he hadn't got those knees in or whatever you want to call it. Soccer kicks. I don't think it was too controversial. I'm not going to make a big song and dance of it. All right, see you tonight. Yes, Dark Sid. I will be back in about 8 hours, I think, for this. But Tom and I are now going to do our best. We're going to write a couple of articles, I think. Well, that's the plan, at least. I just don't know. This is a weird feeling, a doubleheader. You know, you want to be fresh for the show tomorrow, but it's going to be impossible, isn't it? I hope you're all fresh, though. If you're in America, you just woken up. You know, you got the whole day now ahead of you. Good fights in the morning. Thank you, JV, as well. Yeah, Lee was on his way to winning that fight. Oak was hurt bad at the end of the first. I think it was inevitable, just a matter of time. Crombopulus, Rosen. I didn't see Brad Riddell at Bangtao. I think it was after I left. I was there in April and May. I saw a few famous fighters. I saw Fiziev, Tai Tuivasa, Zhang Weili, Yuri Prochazka, Superborn himself, Alex Volkanovski, a few one fighters as well. Shannon was there, Fabricio Andrade. It's just, you never even realize who's there when you're there. It's just like a revolving door of incredible talent. Really recommend it. Yeah, if anyone wants to go try out a class there, Fitness holiday is good. I can't wait to go back. Michael says, might see you for the main event or something. All right, see you there, Michael. What's their affiliation with City Kickboxing? Well, yeah, it just goes back a long time. I think it started with Volkanovski and George Hickman, who's one of the owners of Bangtao, head coaches. They actually did the same tryout at Tiger Muay Thai back when George was still fighting. So I think Volk got to know George obviously through Tiger, and then would come and do some of his camps at Tiger in Thailand, and that obviously opened up the link to City Kickboxing, and then it's just spread and spread and spread, and a lot of the fighters have done their camps in Thailand, and they've got guys like Izzy now, and oh sorry, my back is so messed up. Kai France, Dan Hooker, Brad Riddell, Rafael Fiziev, everyone, yeah. Anyway, just checked one's website, says Percy. I wouldn't recommend that. It's always got different information. They have some numbered cards and prime cards on the same day. Yeah, it's all over the place, though. It's never really clear. It's not the full information. Do you think CKB will have their camp there since they're fighting the New York card? Yeah, they could do. I don't know anymore. I was there for a couple of months. I sort of found out who was going where, and they said Izzy was going to go actually with Volk after the last card that Kai was on. I'm not sure anymore. I'm back in Hong Kong. I don't have the information, but hopefully go out there after. If I ever go to Singapore for the Angela Lee fight, I'll definitely try and get out to Bangtao for a week or two. Anyway, Chaz says in the US, numbered cards in the morning with prime cards in the evening. Yeah, one has a very confusing setup, says Edgelord. Love the fights, but not the promotion itself. Yeah, I mean, always entertaining one championship, whether you like the promotion or not. I think it's hard. No one who watches it says that's not been an entertaining night of fights. You get a lot of finishes because of the gloves, 4-ounce gloves. And the rule sets are always geared towards finishes, I think, with the grappling and the way fights are scored. It prioritizes damage. I think it encourages people to go to the finish, like we just saw with Christian Lee. Excellent performance. So I'm going to do a kind of Nick performance of the night and fight of the night thing. And I'll ask Tom the same when he's back. Performance of the night. Let's actually go through all this. I can bring it up on screen. Let me use my fancy tools. Here we go. Events. One's had a little makeover on the website. All right. Just for some visuals, let's get this going. Won't stay too long because, I've got to sleep and such and do some work. But we'll have a little chat while people are still here. Rae-yoon. Right. I'm going to give you, my performance of the night and my fight of the night. I think you got to give performance of the night to Christian Lee. I'm tempted to give it to Tang Kai because I think Tang Kai had a brilliant game plan. He pulled off to perfection. But Christian Lee just went in there and absolutely monstered Rae-yoon, who, no one's done that to Oak in one championship, not by a long shot. And given the way the first fight went, that was an incredible riposte from Christian. He said, I'm going to go in there. I'm not letting it go to judges. You hear a lot of fighters say that, it's kind of hyping up their own fights, maybe hyping up themselves. They want to believe that. It doesn't go that way. But Christian really went in there and put a stamp on it, didn't he? He made everyone realize if they'd forgotten that he's the man again. He had really been carving out a reputation as the best in one championship. He's back up there now. He gets my performance of the night for sure. Fight of the night. I'm gonna give it to Tang and Tang Kai. I think you could argue it was like kind of one-sided because Tang Kai got the unanimous decision, but I think Tang did enough to kind of make it interesting. He won the first round, and then he came back strong. I think in the final round, there's a little flurry. Yeah, no, I'd give performance bonuses. It's weird that Tang Kai didn't get one, or I don't think Christian got one either at the end. I think they both deserved it, but you can't argue with. I think Saemapetch got one as well. Langaker and Batur. Why not? It's been some very impressive individual performances. I'm losing my voice. Sorry, too much talking. But yeah, those are my picks. Let me know what you think in the chat. Performance of the night, fight of the night. It seems like one is ironing out the new schedule. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. One's website is terrible, says WMAC now. No way to search out a fighter. They're not broken down into weight classes, just searching them. It's not great. It's not great. But I will give them marks. I actually had a smooth experience with that Watch One FC app, whatever you want to call it, with the pay-per-view. It was pretty good. Apart from, didn't seem to like my debit card at the beginning of the night. I had to use my credit card, which I tried to never use. Made my first purchase on that for a long time. It was pretty smooth sailing after that. I think it had one time it crashed right at the beginning, but then it worked throughout. So hats off to them. Michael Owens says performance Lee KO Saemapetch. Yeah, I agree with you. KO of the night, definitely. That was a bad one. Rittewada had to go out on a stretcher. Subba needs a lot of credit for his performance and his KO, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't want Subba to get overlooked. Amir Khan's a tough dude. And that was excellent knockout, excellent performance. Is there an opening card for tonight's Prime on YouTube? That's a good question. I don't know. I feel they make that up as they go along. Just looking over here. I really don't know. I don't think so. But then again, like 5 hours ago, I didn't know that this was going to be on pay-per-view. So still waiting on a ham fight, says WMAC now. If she's injured and can't fight, one should let people know. Everyone getting booked around her. Yeah. Good luck with that. They never let anyone know.
I'm back.
Here he is. So, Tom, I did performance of the night. Maybe we can end on your picks for performance of the night and what did I say? Fight of the night and maybe like KO of the night.
Yeah, I heard your picks. I mean, it's hard to argue. I think performance of the night has to go to Christian. That was just like so decisive. Obviously, honorable mention for Tang Kai, who looked amazing in his win over Thanh. But I think performance of the night, Christian. Saemapetch, I would say, deserves knockout of the night for what he did to Rittewada. Hopefully we get some updates on his condition after that knockout, because that was pretty scary, as you said. But, I mean, no question that was the knockout of the night. So I guess that's it for me, man.
Easy.
Yeah.
No dispute.
I mean, how could you argue with those, really? The only one that's up for debate is whether, Tang Kai maybe deserves the performance of the night over Christian. And it's really just a question of what you find more impressive, a quick win or a workman-like performance where you maintain control of the fight for 5 hard rounds, right? Both are very impressive. It's just kind of a matter of preference, I think.
Yeah, I don't want to overlook some of the early KOs. We saw some great finishes from Agasa and Batur.
We did,
Keanu.
but the thing, that separates those fights from the fights at the top of the bill is those guys are fighting, lower quality opposition. Christian Lee just blew away a guy who beat him a year ago and beat Eddie Alvarez before that and beat Gafarov, beat a real stud and made it look easy. So there's no question for me.
Yes, sir. That's a good point. Well,
I'm full of good points, man.
I know you are. Tempted to leave it there because we have a big day ahead, or you do. I get some sleep, I think.
Yeah.
Unless you have anything you want to say.
No, I think we've pretty much covered everything. I'm just gonna throw some new images in this big story we've been working on.
I forgot to put our display names on earlier. So there it is. Nico SCMP, Tomte MMA. Go follow us if you haven't already, or follow SCMP Martial Arts. Go to scmp.com/martial arts if you want to read about the fights tonight. We've got a rolling results article which has all the recaps you need. We're going to have some reaction up eventually. Don't know when. And then we'll be back in 8 hours or whatever, 8.5 hours, do it all again for Prime Video 1. Oh my God, this is going to be a long.
Me, man.
And yeah, we're 7 away from 28,400 subscribers. So please subscribe if you haven't already. Analytics telling me that we have had over 80,000 views on this stream tonight. That is awesome. But we got to love you and leave you. I'm sorry. We've gone 4 hours here. So thank you, everyone who tuned in. Percy going to watch one on Prime 1 with the sound down. Listen to you guys.
You're the man, Percy.
Yeah. Just have both on, you know. I do.
Cacophony, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Yeah, really appreciate you all. You know, all the people in the comments. It's great to have interaction like that, especially when we're on our own if one of us dips out. So keep it coming and keep it tuned to SCMP Martial Arts. We're really growing our Instagram as well, so go check us out. And I promise I got some big news I'm going to share on there eventually if I can be bothered tonight. I'm quite tired. All right. That's it. Okay. Tom, you get the final say.
Thanks for joining us. Hope everyone enjoyed the first half of this doubleheader. Part 2 coming in a few short hours, as Nick said. We'll see if we're all still standing at the end of it, but yeah, it's going to be fun.
All right. Yeah. Peace and love. Thank you all. It's been a pleasure. I've lost my voice a bit.